But from the week of the day.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April meeting of the full board of Carter County Commissioners. We welcome you. We're glad you're here. We are live streaming, so if anybody else was planning on streaming, please do not do that while you're in the courtroom because it would interfere with our live stream. All right, the meeting is officially called to order. And the time is 6:02. I'd like to invite EMA Director Billy Harrell to come to the podium and give us the egress plan. And while he's walking, I just want to say thank you, Director Harrell, for providing us with your work throughout the month, each month. We really appreciate knowing all that you're doing. Thank you.
On behalf of the Emergency Management Office, we welcome our guests tonight, we welcome our commissioners. Our safety-related items tonight are, we do have a AED on the first floor. We have a fire issue tonight, and that AED is beside the elevator on the first floor. We do have ADA bathrooms, handicap accessible bathrooms right outside of this wall, and on the left side of the hall here, it's in the hall. And we also have them on the first floor at the end of the hall, on the entry of the front of the courthouse that we have, handicap accessible bathrooms there also. If we are to have a fire alarm tonight, or if we need to exit the building tonight, everyone is to exit towards the monument side, go down the steps. Everyone is to go to the back parking lot for accountability. It's what we call it. Because if the fire trucks respond, they're going to be responding to the front of the building. All the fire trucks and all their personnel will be there, and they don't want anybody coming interfering with their personnel or interfering with their fire trucks. They don't want anybody to get hurt. So they would like everybody to exit towards the back parking lot tonight, in case we have to exit the building. Thank you, Ms. Fulll.
Thank you, Director Harrell. All right, now the county clerk will get the roll call of commissioners for this evening. Public, while we're waiting, I'll just let you all know, in case you weren't here last month, our microphones are in the ceiling now, and they pick up really well, and that's why the commissioners do not have microphones at their tables. Okay, I believe that's it. So we have 23 out of 24 present this evening. We're on step 4, approval of the agenda, but before we vote on that, I need to make a couple of changes. We're trying to get some people on an airplane, so I'm going to move agenda item number 14 up, and it will be 6B. So that's the presentation about the Workforce Development Complex. We'll go from number 14 up to 6B. And then also on page 2, under the Financial Management Committee, we're going to add B2. B2 will be a report on health insurance from our Finance Director, Carolyn Watson.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Travis Hill and a second by Mark or Willie. Was it Mark or Willie? Mark Levins. Okay. Any other changes needed? Okay, please vote on the approval of the amended agenda. will. All right, the agenda is approved. At this time, will everybody please stand for our prayer and pledge of allegiance? The prayer is led by Commissioner Willie Campbell, and the pledge tonight is being led by Commissioner Randall Jenkins.
Dear and gracious Father God, Lord, as we bow our heads again, Lord, today, giving you honor and praise, Lord, for your grace and mercy and love, Lord, that you have for each and every one of us, Lord. Lord, we thank God that that tomb is empty. Lord, we know this morning, today, Lord, you're taking care of us. You've got your hands up on us. Lord, we do pray, Lord, Lord, for every commissioner here and those that are in the audience, Lord, your blessings be upon each one. God, we know in your word, it says, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and turn from the wicked ways, then will they hear from heaven, then will they heal their land. God, how we need that today, Lord. We pray for our nation. Pray for our leaders of our nation, God. We pray for each one of these commissioners, Lord, each one of us, God, that we'll make the right decisions, Lord, and be good stewards of thy money, Lord, and do the right thing. Lord, today we give you honor and praise, Lord, and just ask you, Lord, that you keep your hands upon everyone, Lord, those that have problems in their lives, Lord, those that have storms raging somewhere, God, that you'll take care of it. Lord, we ask your anointing upon each one of us. Lord, we ask these things in thy name. Amen.
Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask our mayor, Ms. Patty Woodby, if she will come forward to introduce special guests this evening.
Stand behind the microphone anymore. Good afternoon, everyone. We do have a presentation tonight to present on the workforce development buildings that are located in Stony Creek. As you know, we have been working with this project for over a year and a half now. Several partnerships have been brought on board. We did do a formal request from the governor for the $20 million that it was going to cost to renovate this facility into the state-of-the-art facility, which would house an overflow from our TCAT, our Northeast State Community College, and our Carter County School System Middle College, and our CTE dual enrollment classes. So to come, I'd like to introduce our Chancellor of Tennessee Board of Regents, Ms. Chancellor Tidings. I'd like to introduce Dean Blevins, the president of TCAT, and the rest of her team. If you guys would come on up.
I think they're gonna let me do it.
They didn't follow suit.
They did not follow with me.
I would also like to extend a congratulations to Chancellor Tidings and President Blevins. We do have the number one TCAT in the state of Tennessee, so I'd like to give them a round of applause for So Chancellor Tidings is here to speak on an opportunity that has been supported by the governor and an opportunity for that facility to become a one-of-a-kind higher education facility. I'd like to turn it over to her with her proposal to present to the commission, and then we'll do a question-answer session after she's finished, and Dean also.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be with you this evening. The proposal that was put forward for the $20 million from the state to use this for a higher education center was one that had a little bit of a difficulty with it because the state's not able to spend money on property they don't own. And so that was one of the first roadblocks that we ran into. And so that's what we'd like to talk about now is the way to make that happen for you to be able to deed that over to the Tennessee Board of Regents so that we can put money into the building to turn it into what we like to call the Carter County Higher Education Center, encompassing all of the areas that the mayor talked about. It would have TCAT, it would have Northeast Community College in it, it would have the K-12 system in there for dual enrollment and CTE courses, a middle college. The benefit that you would reap as citizens is that we would take care of the property. We're able to put that then on the books for the state, and we will maintain the maintenance of it and keep it up to date and be able to do renovations when they're needed at no expense to the county at that point. The other thing that we can do is put a clause in there that if you ever had a concern about us being the owners of the building, if in fact anything were to ever happen that we could no longer use it as an educational entity, it could revert back to the county. Now, if that happens, I think we're all in really bad shape, but that we could do something to make sure that your interest in it was maintained and held throughout. We're really excited about the project. The governor was very excited about this project when he came and walked through the area and the facility and looked at the opportunities to be able to grow. Because what this would do is we could turn it into a shining showcase for you in the community that you could use then to go out, sell as an economic development arm of your county and your community. Companies, the number one question they ask when they're looking at an area to relocate is, what is my opportunity for a trained workforce? Well, you're going to have it. You'll have a facility that is number one in the state, ranked high, and of state-of-the-art equipment located in it. And so companies, they take note of that. And I shared with the group earlier, the number one reason that Ford gave for selecting the site that they did in West Tennessee is because we agreed to build a TCAT on that property. So it will make you much more competitive in the economic development arena.
Also, this opportunity does relinquish the burden of this facility off of the taxpayers. This facility and these grounds will be kept up by TBR, all of maintained for reoccurring costs over the years to come as long as they have the property. We will be building a workforce here in Carter County. And I think the biggest question is, and as most of our taxpayers ask, is when is industry going to come? When are jobs going to come? Well, jobs aren't going to come if we don't have anybody to work in them. So this facility will be able to create a workforce, and it will also give our children an opportunity at high-paying jobs, good jobs, and be able to stay at home and work at home instead of leave the community. And that is my ultimate goal as your mayor, is to be able to have our children have educations and certifications, hire in salaries to contribute back to our community as taxpayers, purchasing homes, cars, and eventually re-entering their children back into our school system. So it's a wonderful opportunity, not for just Carter County, but for Northeast Tennessee. As you know, we have these TCATs are surpassing some of the community colleges and the universities right now. And this is a wonderful opportunity for Carter County. We've been up there at the facility today, and after touring it, the project alone, it looks like it's running right around a $38 million to $40 million project renovation at this point. And that's with Chancellor Tidings, our building, Dick Tracy here. He does all the buildings and the architecture and handles all that. He's with us, and he's thoroughly looked through the building. And that's the price tag that we're seeing right now with today's prices with inflation. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for Carter County. And there's also, we've discussed new programs being able to go to this facility. I know we talked today when we were on the facility. There's a lot of opportunity for expansion on the facility, for building expansion on the facility. It's 35 acres, 110,000 square feet. And so the partnerships that have been established for this facility will stay the same. Carter County School System is here. You guys come up. I know that we've discussed with them with the middle college and the dual enrollment. They are still on board with the K-12. Those partnerships are still in place. Nothing changes. The plans are still a go. The only thing that changes is Carter County is not footing the bill. The state of Tennessee will.
And Dr. Connie Marshall, interim president of Northeast.
Connie, if you'll come up.
I'll say one thing. TCAT Elizabethton has over 3,500 students on the wait list to get the programs. So, we're out of options to deal with those students in a timely fashion. This opportunity will allow us to get these kids, particularly Carter County kids, into the programs earlier, into the workforce much earlier. So it's certainly much needed for us.
And Carter County Schools is on board. We are looking at our plans are 4 new programs of study and are expanding our existing programs. We're talking welding, cosmetology, collision repair, and also some, in high school LPN. We can get that worked out.
The county has currently allocated money for these projects. I know a lot, money's been allocated to the school system for the chemistry lab. Money has been allocated from Carter County for the chemistry lab. We've also have money in reserves to finish up the architecture. All that money will stay in reserves. It will revert back. If something, if this does go forward, we keep that money. No further money will be spent. You're looking at a $500,000 right now that's in reserves to go towards the project just as we're getting moving. Building 1 has been completely exited. There's nobody in building 1 right now. We're getting ready to begin the demo abatement process, and no payment has been made for that yet. So all the money that we have currently reserved will revert back to the coffers, back into the taxpayer base.
Dr. Marshall, would you like to chime in?
Yeah.
Comment on that?
Absolutely. We're totally supportive of this. We have always been a good partner with Carter County and feel like this is a great opportunity for your students and our students to have something that they're proud of, a facility that they're proud to go in, and that they are going to come out more academically ready for the world, so to speak.
And another opportunity that we've discussed is eventually being able to be able to receive a diploma from this campus on Northeast State. That has been a discussion, so our children won't have to drive to Blountville to receive their diploma. They would be able to receive their associate's degree here at this campus.
That was a question I had. Northeast State will continue their lease and then just stay in the facility at the same time.
Chancellor is over Northeast State and the TCATs, so she's the one-stop shop right here.
And we probably would also some of our university partners to bring some of their courses onto that site as well, because we truly want to see it as a just multifaceted higher education center going all the way from high school to a 4-year degree.
Okay, before we talk, the high schoolers is gonna come in. And they can get a 2-year, 3-year degree when they come out. High school, is that still in the works or?
That will be your Carter County school systems right here. That's why all these partners are up here. I brought everybody in so you can ask the questions. The partnerships are still aligned. There's nothing going to change with the partnerships. What we're talking about is the renovation of this facility and letting the state of Tennessee renovate this facility to a state-of-the-art facility with state-of-the-art equipment for these partnerships to produce children into the workforce.
That's still in.
As far as we're concerned, we'll continue to work with it to the best of our ability, and that's specifically my job to oversee it, so.
Madam Chairwoman, can I ask if you would recognize some of the school board members if they wanted to ask a question?
Commissioner Blevins, I'd like to do that, but I'd like to let the commissioners have a chance first if I may. And Mayor Woodby, if you can move to your left so that we can get some people's face on camera right now, it's just their backs.
Live streaming.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question for the
Yes.
Chancellor.
Yes, sir.
I assume that the mayor has told you we're also in negotiations with ETSU's College of Medicine Family Medicine Practice to take part of Building 1 for a direct primary care facility to be present there in Stony Creek. I would assume since ETSU has its own board now, but is still cooperating with TBR, that would not impact them negatively, and we could still move forward with a family practice facility in Building 1.
We haven't discussed to that point yet, but that would be something that we have looked at. I hadn't had an update if they were still considering.
Still
We always look for ways to partner with ETSU, so I'm just going to say yes, and then we'll figure out what that needs to look like. But they are a valuable partner to us on many of our campuses.
Well, Rural Health and Community Health, Associate Dean is Tom Kinser, and Bill Block, who is the Dean of Medicine, as you know. I have toured the facility. We've had meaningful discussion with them, and we certainly don't want to exclude that opportunity for a family medicine clinic.
I think that would only strengthen the partnership and make a better case even stronger when we go to the state.
You had mentioned economic development in whenever you first started talking there. One of the things that makes this such an attractive facility is it gives us the opportunity to train people to go to work for Eastman and different places like that. As new businesses move into the region, whether it be Sullivan County, Washington County, here, Unicoi, wherever, will we have the ability to engage you guys and get curriculum added in for those specific businesses if they have a direct need?
That's our job. That's what we do every single day. Our job is to serve student success and workforce development. So whenever there is even the hint of a new business coming, we're usually brought on board very early in that process to be able to help talk with that company and let them know just what we can provide. And we have to stay on what I call the bleeding edge of what's going on in industry. We have to always be able to train for what's ahead and what's coming. And so that is our mission. So yes, sir, that's what we're here to do. I guess probably the easiest way to visualize it is, this is just an expansion of TCAT, Elizabethton, and Northeast State, and ETSU, and the mission that we all have for student success and workforce development on that site. And the K-12 partners, making sure that we are providing those pathways for students to be able to continue on into the workforce. You just would have a college there. It's what you'd end up having is a college campus on the site.
Any other, Brad Johnson?
Chancellor, Director, in the state, if it's approved by the county commission here, to take over and develop this workforce development. I know, being a part of the initial committee on workforce development, but there's been a lot of planning and of courses, events for the present building. What kind of timetables is the state going to be on now as far as design, construction, completion, and coordinating with our local entities as to when we get up and started on it?
It'll take a little bit of time because we do have to go through State Building Commission to acquire the property. So we need to do that. And then at the same time, we can start with the design of the building, what we want to do. It's a project that we will have to take to the legislatures, to the governor's office to try and get approved this next year, because, you know, it's a project for building and construction that we'll take forward. We will work with all of the major players that will be in the building for that to move that forward, but we can't actually start anything until the project's been approved by the governor's office and by our legislatures. But I will say we've got a lot of support right now. I feel like we would stand a very good chance of this going forward. But it will take us this next year getting all of that lined up so that we can make sure it is going to be exactly what's needed when we get ready to do the construction.
And there has been a conversation had with the governor, and of course, he came and toured the facility and is very supportive of the facility. And I'll let Chancellor Toding speak to that a little bit more as far as the finance department in the state goes.
Yeah, he was very interested in this project, very interested in seeing something happen. The head of F&A, Finance and Administration, is very interested in this project. You've got two senators in this area that both called me and talked to me about this project. They are very interested in making this happen. I can't make any promises because we've got a whole legislature that would have to vote. But when you've got that kind of support on your side, I feel good about the project. It is what the state is all about. This is what our governor and what our legislators want to happen in the state of Tennessee. They love the idea that our K-12, our higher education entities are working toward meeting this goal. And I think we do it better than any other state in the nation. I think that we know how to do this and that we're really good at putting the pieces together to make it happen. And with Tennessee Promise and Tennessee Reconnect, there's no other state that can say that their residents are able to go basically for free. So we have a lot to sell.
Commissioner Buchanan.
I realize that the program at Northeast State that involves aircraft and aircraft training and maintenance and whatever is at Northeast State. However, a lot of us have said it's at the wrong place. It needs to be here near the best small airport in the United States.
I would like to say there's no reason why it can't be in two places. We have 2 airports.
That needs to be considered seriously.
We do. And we do have the power frame and the air plant here, so we need to expand on that, and having that runway to help do that would be really good.
And that partnership with the airport has been established. They're willing to use their space as classroom space. Also, this property is just a hub. It's located in just the perfect place across the street from our TCAP. We've got our meat cutting, the last left in the country, UNACA, and then we've got the airport right across the street. And then we've got our industrial development park that surrounds the backside of it. So it's an opportunity, it's inevitably an opportunity for Carter County and Northeast Tennessee to produce a workforce and possibly be able to bring industry closer to Carter County.
Any other commissioner questions?
Mayor, when do you need to see some action from us? What do you need from this group?
Accept.
If you could hold off on your thought for just a few more minutes, I would appreciate that. I saw Willie Campbell with his hand raised.
I know down through the years, most high schools have went out of the trades of a lot of different things, and especially the diesel mechanics and block laying and house building and all these things. There's people in this county right now that went through these things in high school that have a real great, position now. And they learned great and they were under good. That's exactly what we're looking for. I thank God for you. You've come here and presented this.
This has been a passion of mine since Dean and I sat down in a conference room a year and a half ago to discuss what we could do with that facility. And so this would not be in play unless these partnerships would have come together to work together for Carter County. So this is a very momentous moment for Carter County right now, just to have Chancellor Tidings visit us and offer this opportunity to us. So I think it's been a blessing, and I think it's a blessing for generations to come if the commission so chooses to allow the state of Tennessee to have this facility, to make it a state-of-the-art facility for education. It's ultimately what we need. It's ultimately going to help our at-risk homes. It's going to help the job market. It's going to help our families. Instead of building jails, we're going to build a college. That's what we should be doing. So this is an opportunity for Carter County to change the pathway that some of these children get on that lead them to the criminal justice system. They can get on a pathway to a job. And so that's ultimately the goal for this facility and these partnerships that I'm so thankful for. These have been great friends to me, and I'm glad to have them here tonight to talk to the team that I work with consistently, all 24 commissioners, and I couldn't do this without them. So I'm very thankful to you guys and of course our chair. So any other questions?
I'd like to, at this time, then open the floor to our school board members who are present, if you all have any questions.
Madam Chairman, some of the questions we've had, they've answered already. And if we can get this going, it would really, really help our students. We need this bad. If the commission can help us out.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Daniel McIntyre.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
You all don't know what he's going to say.
The building to the state with 2 clauses, that if it's not used for educational purposes at any time, it comes back to Carter County. And then if the state doesn't approve the funding, it comes back to Carter County.
Okay, that is his motion, and Nancy Brown, I'll take your second.
Yes.
Building to the state with 2 clauses, not used for education, comes back to the county.
Yes. And
Funding is not approved.
The funding's not approved from the state. We gotta put some skin in the game. And this is it. This is a good gesture to us, but we're gonna give this to the state with the acknowledgement that they're gonna, in return, give us this project and fund it, which we can't do. It's now up to $38 million, 40 million or more to depending on what week it is at this point in time.
And let me say, there's also with this property, it's 35 acres, 110,000 square feet with both facilities. There's also an opportunity for expansion. And that would be something that the state and TBR would look at doing. You're looking at a full-blown college adjacent to the #1 TCAT in the state. I can't think of anything better right now for Carter County to take a hold of than this project.
We are in discussion. Commissioner James, you have a question?
I just wanted, I know it's probably a silly question, but up there at the pond, we do have a fishing expo every day for our kids. Make sure that's something.
I already asked, could I go fish?
We've already.
I just want to make sure that's something that's still open to them.
I think, hopefully you have already seen that our TCATs and our community colleges are good community partners, and they host community events, and so that's not going to change. You'll only see that be more. We take every opportunity to bring adults as well as children onto our campuses to see what's going on, so that we hopefully can entice them to go.
And Chancellor and I have also discussed an opportunity for putting a facility in those buildings that can be used by the community, some type of amphitheater, some kind, where we can have presentations that the community can use, vice versa, the commission. If we have legislators come in, there'll be an opportunity to have a facility that can be used by the community. The school systems, that type of facility is also being looked at to be installed in the buildings.
Any other discussion? Yes.
Now that we're in discussion, Attorney Harden, is there any issues that could rise up concern of this?
Just ask an attorney an if question?
I mean,
Again, is this motion feasible?
Well, I think maybe the motion might be a little premature. I don't know exactly what commitment they need, but I think through the state procurement process is going to take a little time before you need an official decision about transferring the property, correct?
Well, if y'all vote tonight to move on that, then we will start working with you and your legal team to make sure that we cross all the T's.
The understanding.
We have to go through all of those steps.
So tonight's, this decision would be the first step, that she begins the process.
Frazier.
Last thing I got to say about it is thank you guys for all your hard work on this. This is a huge opportunity, and I hope everybody can see it for the opportunity it is. And I hope we can carry it through and make it come out looking on the other end like we all think it will.
All right, clerk's office, let's call for the vote, please.
Nancy was the second.
It won't work. Hey, Mark, it's the button on the left.
Five-minute break.
Really?
Hey.
All right, reveal the vote, please.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
And I'd just like to say that once we get a rendering and details, I'd like to come back and share that with all of you when we have more to show.
Yeah, we did talk, Chancellor and I did. I will do an update as we've been doing, like with the CTE meeting. She's going to update with me, and we hope to have her back to do that update with us also as the progress continues. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Chancellor, for joining us this evening, and we hope you have a good flight back to Nashville.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
At this time, we would like to recognize our elected and appointed officials. If you serve in any capacity in the state of Tennessee, would you please stand and be recognized? And since we have a lot of tired candidates in the room, I'm going to do something a little different. And if you are running for an office, I'd like to give you the opportunity just to stand, not tell your name or anything at all, but we just want to recognize your willingness to serve the public and all the time and money that has been spent for you to run your campaign. So at this time, if you're running for any office, please stand. Thank you. Okay, item 8, we're looking at the minutes from March.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Aaron Frazier, second by Julie Glenn. Does anyone find corrections needed? All right, let's call for the vote on the March meeting minutes. All right, please reveal. Okay, the minutes are.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
All right. Okay. So change the one nay vote to an abstention from Commissioner James, and the minutes are approved. At this time, we'll ask the clerk's office to please read those seeking a notary and bond.
Alicia B. Byington, Junior Logan, Lisa McGinnis, Michael K. Adam, Olivia K. Durant, Tricia Ann Casey, Paula Mitchell, Jr., Teresa D. Crane, Vicky A. Walters, Shirley M. Honeycutt, Gail Brummett, Rochelle M. Bird, Baker, Angela D. Line, Patricia Woodby, Bradley Beavers, and Jackie Campbell.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Frazier, second by James. Any discussion? Okay, clerk's office will vote. Reveal the vote. Okay, notary and bonds passes. Item number 10A is a resolution to honor the life of Jerry Carl Weaver in recognition of his service to county, community, and citizens of Carter County. I would ask Attorney Carden if he will please read the resolution into the minutes.
Madam Chair, we have several members of Weaver's family here. I'd like to ask them to come forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think most of them abstain.
His brother, Ted Weaver. Before his nephew reads the resolution, it's important to say that I had the privilege of knowing Jerry, being with him over a number of years, and what a wonderful man Jerry was and how he contributed to this county. It's not often that you get to honor folks who have given so much in this county, and I think Ted too, but Jerry in particular, what he contributed. So, Counselor, if you'd read the resolution.
Yes, sir. This is a resolution honoring the life of Jerry Carl Weaver in recognition of his service to his country, community, and citizens of Carter County. Whereas Jerry Carl Weaver was born on September 22nd, 1947 to James G. and Ruby Braswell Weaver and was raised in Stony Creek community of Carter County. Whereas Mr. Weaver attended Utica High School, graduating in 1965, and thereafter attended East Tennessee State University. Whereas Mr. Weaver proudly served his country in the United States Army during the Vietnam War. Whereas after returning from his military service, Mr. Weaver served the citizens of Carter County as a deputy sheriff at the Carter County Sheriff's Office from 1970 to 1978. Whereas in 1978, Mr. Weaver began his tenure as judge of the Carter County General Sessions Court, in which capacity he served until 1990. Whereas Mr. Weaver was also the co-owner of Weaver's Self-Service and Hardware located on Blue Springs Road in Stony Creek for more than 50 years, where he not only provided many quality products and services to his customers, but also enjoyed spending time with the citizens of the Stony Creek community. Whereas Mr. Weaver passed away on July 18, 2021, and he will be greatly missed by all who knew and served with him. And whereas his dedication and service to his country, community, and the citizens of Carter County throughout his life clearly illustrates Mr. Weaver's character and the love he had for Carter County. Whereas it is appropriate for the Board of County Commissioners to honor citizens whose selfless public service has benefited their community and the citizens of Carter County in significant ways. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners for Carter County, Tennessee, meeting in regular session on this 18th day of April, 2022, with a lawful quorum of said board being present, with the majority voting in the affirmative, that the board hereby adopts this resolution to recognize and honor the life of Jerry Carl Weaver for his service to his country, his community, and all citizens of Carter County.
Turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. That's a name. A lot of young people in here that probably don't remember, but I want to put a face to that name. This is my brother. At this present time, when he was first elected, he was 29 years old, youngest sitting judge in the state of Tennessee, where he served through 1990, that he and in Johnson County, Mr. Thurston Gregg were the last two non-practicing attorney judges. He was, when he was elected to this office, he was sued by an attorney, and it also went before Chancellor Phillips, who said that the law said learned in the law, not practicing law, but learned in the law. He sat with the Honorable Judge Snell after being the bailiff in his court for almost 4 years. Mr. Snell passed away. That's when my brother ran for the office and was elected. As he sat in the court, he was learned in the law. My brother, believe it or not, if you talk to me, I'm not too sharp, but he had a mind. If you told him something, he never forgot it. He said what he meant, and he meant what he said. If he was running the court today, they'd probably put him in jail. He couldn't get by with what he did then. But in light of that, there was many young men and women that has come through Weaver's Self-Service Store that has said, do you know what your brother did for me? It wasn't just a job to my brother. When he sat in that chair up there and he looked at any person, poor, rich, it didn't matter. It was somebody's mother's child. And he tried to administer the law as he felt it was. By the book? Yes. More than one. Not just the law book, mostly the Bible. He spent a lot of time taking prisoners down to Brushy Mountain. And sometimes he took our mother with him, and believe me, whoever went wanted out. It was a Jesus before they got there. Guaranteed. But anyway, I'd just like to say thank you so much for honoring my brother. And I am really proud to call Jerry Weaver my brother. Thank you.
Now let's make it official.
Second. Sign your color on the motion to approve this resolution. The second. I heard several. I'll go with Nancy Brown. Thank you, Commission. Now let's vote on the resolution to honor Jerry Weaver. please reveal. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and thank you for being here and for entertaining us tonight. All right, next we have a resolution honoring the life of Harry T. Stout and designating the bridge located on Old Watauga Road as the Harry T. Stout Memorial Bridge. Is there anyone else that's going to speak on this before Attorney Hardin goes over it with us? Okay, Attorney.
Okay, this is a resolution honoring the life of Harry T. Stout and designating the bridge located on Old Watauga Road in the Watauga community of Carter County as the Harry T. Stout Memorial Bridge. Whereas Harry Thomas Stout was born on September 18, 1927, to T.O. and Stevania Hatcher Stout. He was raised in Carter County, where he attended the former Lynn Avenue Elementary and Range Elementary Schools, and was a member of the first freshman class to enter the newly built Elizabethton High School, which is now T.A. Duggar Junior High. Whereas after high school, Mr. Stout served his country in the United States Army in both World War II and the Korean War. During his service in World War II, Mr. Stout was a member of the U.S. Constabulary, which was charged with policing the portion of Germany, which was in the U.S. zone of occupation, and he served with an artillery unit during the Korean conflict. Whereas after Mr. Stout was discharged from the military in 1954, he became a truck driver, delivering rayon for unit fibers all over the eastern portion of the United States. Whereas in his spare time on the weekends, Mr. Stout began working as a locksmith and opened his part-time business, Harry T. Stout Locksmith, in 1967. He ultimately became a full-time master locksmith, operating his business for more than 50 years in Carter County. Whereas in addition to his service to the citizens of Carter County as a trusted locksmith, Mr. Stout also served as the voting machine technician for the Carter County Election Commission for many years. Whereas Mr. Stout was a member of the VFW, American Legion, and the Disabled American Veterans, was a founder and lifetime member of the East Tennessee Locksmith Association, was a member of the Fairview Baptist Church for over 80 years before his death on February 20, 2022, at the age of 94 years. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Carter County would like to formally recognize and honor the life of Harry T. Stout by adopting this resolution in his honor and officially designating the bridge on Old Watauga Road, located in the Watauga community of Carter County, as the Harry T. Stout Memorial Bridge. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Carter County, Tennessee, meeting in regular session on this, the 18th day of April, 2022. Lawful quorum of said board being present and with the majority voting in the affirmative as follows. The board hereby adopts this resolution honoring Harry T. Stout for his lifetime of service to his country, his county, and his community. That the board hereby officially designates the bridge located on Old Watauga Road in the Watauga community of Carter County as the Harry T. Stout Memorial Bridge, and directs that said bridge shall always bear the name of Mr. Stout, regardless of the future necessity for replacement of said bridge. Further resolved, this resolution shall take effect from and after the date of its approval, the welfare of the county.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Travis Hill, second by Julie Green. All right. Commissioners, let's vote on this resolution to honor Harry T. Stout. Okay, please reveal. Motion passes. In the next highway committee meeting, a date will be determined.
It will be, well, as soon as we, we'll set a date on it sometime next month on it, and Charles Bailey Bridge, the dedication of both of those.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next, I'll ask Mayor Whitby to return to the podium. She's going to recognize Mayor Whitby. Commissioners, some of you will find at your table a picture provided by Charles Peters. If you have one of those pictures, you can stand where you are, or you can join these others up front until we run out of room. But please hold that picture so the audience can see and we can get it on camera. these are various pictures of family and coaching and all the many things that Larry was involved in.
Tonight, we're going to recognize Larry Bowling and some of his commitments and contributions to our community. Larry is sick and has been diagnosed with cancer, so we want to recognize him with his family and all the friends and everybody that he's been with through the community. And I'm going to do a proclamation. Whereas it is appropriate that the county mayor should honor those citizens who have performed with uncommon devotion and dedication to their community. And whereas Mr. Larry Bowling was born December 9th, 1942 in Carter County. And whereas Mr. Bowling attended Elizabethton High School, during which time he was a 4-year varsity player in basketball and track and field. And whereas during his high school athletic career, Mr. Bowling set school records, collected victories for his team, named an MVP on multiple occasions, and was selected for numerous honors, including selection to all-star and regional teams. And whereas after graduating from Elizabethton High School in 1963, Mr. Bowling first attended Hiwassee Junior College and then later Milligan College, continuing his athletic career in college. And upon whereas completing his education, Larry Bowling dedicated his life to serving others. And whereas Mr. Bowling answered the call of service from his country and served with valor and distinction as a member of the United States Army during the Vietnam conflict. And whereas Mr. Bowling's unit was stationed in Korea during the war, where he and other members of his communications unit worked to maintain the vital communication lines in the Pacific region. Whereas Mr. Bowling once again answered his country's call to service in 1990, when he joined his fellow members of the 776th Maintenance Company serving in Saudi Arabia during Operation Desert Storm. And whereas between his active duty and reserve service, Mr. Bowling served his country in the United States Army for 38 years. Whereas the following his military service during the Vietnam conflict, Mr. Bowling returned home to Carter County and began his career as a teacher and coach, sharing his love of sports with new generations of students. And whereas in 1972, Mr. Bowling married the former Miss Sherry Lou Smith, and the couple later became the parents of son Kevin and a daughter Heather. And whereas his teaching career lasted for just over 40 years, serving at Unaka High School as a teacher for driver's education and physical education, in addition to his coaching duties. Whereas just as his high school athletic career included numerous accomplishments, Mr. Bowling began racking up accolades as a high school coach and TSSAA official. And whereas during his coaching career, Mr. Bowling served as the assistant football coach at Unaka High School, the head coach of Unaka High School girls basketball team, the assistant coach of the Unaka High School girls softball team, and the assistant coach of the Unaka High School boys basketball team. And whereas while coaching at Unaka High School, Mr. Bowling was part of several championship tournament teams, including the 2004 boys basketball state championship team, the 2017-18 girls basketball state tournament team, and the 2018 girls softball state tournament team. And whereas Mr. Bowling was honored by TSSAA for serving 53 years as a TSSAA football official. And whereas Larry Bowling has spent his life demonstrating a deep devotion to his family, to his community, and to helping others. Therefore, be it resolved, I, Carter County Mayor Patty Woodby, do hereby declare that April 18th, 2022 shall be a time to honor the contributions of Larry Bowling to his community and his country. I encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance.
Mayor, would you like to know who did all of these photographs? Would you please stand up?
Stand up, CY.
If you will hand your photographs back to CY Peters, he's going to make sure the family receives those.
So he called 3 strikes on me and I hadn't even got the bat out.
Mayor Ruby, be for honoring this wonderful man. I had the privilege to work with him at Untitled High School for 10 years. He was a treasure while he was at the school. Okay, item 12 is the election of our county attorney. And I believe we have one name before us that is just crazy enough to want to work with us. Attorney Harden, would you like to say anything?
I've been working hard with my legal team. Now, and happy to continue. That's a choice between me and nobody. I guess it's got to be me.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion to approve by Robert Aco, second by Austin James.
Shoot, we on the debate.
Any discussion?
Yeah, is there any discussion?
I would like to call into the attorney's sanity into question at this point after this many years.
Yes, Mr. Von.
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
I would like to say that he and I, counselor I call him, and I looked over a set of law books that I'm giving him because I don't need them. And the fact that he, in his resume, went to Ole Miss in his first exam, but he and I now know that Ole Miss is known as Oxpatch, Mississippi. Good man.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Okay, clerk's office, please call for the vote. We're voting to elect Attorney Harden to serve with us 4 more years? Two more years.
Jump to 4.
Okay, please reveal.
And it's unanimous. Thank you, Attorney Harden, for your service to us.
Beat the competition now.
Okay, it is now time for public comments. If anyone would like to speak this evening, we ask that you please come to the podium. I don't know what happened to our one microphone we had over there, but we can maybe try it without it. Please state your name and your address. You will have 5 minutes. You will hear a small sound when there's 10 seconds left, and then another sound when time is up.
Michael Warren, Stony Creek, Tennessee. When I get up here, I usually voice my opinion. And like I heard a little while ago, reminded me, opinions are like backsides. Everybody got them. All right. And this is just my opinion. I seen the other day down here at the Covered Bridge Park, quite a few folks that's running for office in this county and everything. But the public was almost, in my opinion, non-existent. And when the public does not get out and get involved with the candidates and stuff like that, well, shame on them. They get what they deserve. You know, if you don't get to know your candidates and your people and stuff, and they go off and do, and like I was up here last time, I was talking about how they smoked up their pant leg and then they wind up being lower in the state. I mean, I'm starting to think it's as much the public as it is the politicians. Now, I may be wrong, I don't know, and it really don't matter to me, except for if you expect something out of the folks that you're working with, you ought to at least be a part of the program, you know? And I had a little compensation in my issue I had the other day, and it kind of makes me think, well, is it because they're running for re-election, or are they really honestly trying to help remedy the situation altogether? And I just got time will tell. And I need to thank Mr. Aaron Fraser for starting the communication tonight loud enough for everybody to hear it, myself and some of them in the back. And the mayor, the attorney did as well. But we either have to lower the ceiling or move the speakers. There was a few people I seen was having an issue with plus B. And It's this idea, I don't know where to go with that, because if the people expect the folks running for office to be there where they can get to them and communicate or ask questions or something, well, them sorry individuals ought to get off the couch and quit complaining and get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak this evening?
Hello, my name is Brad Whitson, and I came here during the first meeting that was open to the public for the ARP funds to give our input on this. And I realize some of the commissioners here were not at that particular meeting, but I am hoping that everyone was made aware of the water line that would be very nice to have on the Laurels Road, which is where I live at. And I'm just hoping that the ARP funds do get used for this. I feel like if they're not used, it will never get done. And I'm hoping that commissioners are working with the city of Elizabeth and Daniel Estes and Dr. Pleasant to hopefully come to an agreement on who pays what for the water line if it gets done. So I'm just simply coming up here as a refresher and hoping that this project is still in the pipeline. I know if any of you can even give me kind of an update on this. Where it's at.
Mr. Whitson, no votes have been taken on how the money's gonna be spent yet, but I saw a fact in my reading material today that I found very interesting. They quoted $100,000 the first night you came and spoke. I was here. They are now quoting over $500,000 for 0.6 miles of water line. So that's about $100,000 every 10th of a mile that they're quoting it now. So if anybody else has any updates, please, you can speak to Mr. Whitson.
Why if they're from 100 to 500 that quick?
In the city. Welcome to the city. Welcome to the city.
Commissioner James.
Was there not also another utility? So was there also not another utility next to you guys?
South Elizabeth.
South. I mean, can anybody reach out to them and see what they'll quote expanding it to? And
Quote will be significantly higher coming from there, because you gotta go through a rock ravine and a cliff area to get it to there from South Elizabeth, which we've been in discussion with, twice now in building grounds about that, coming from that direction. And it's probably not accessible, to be honest with you.
well, I guess, I don't know, just see if we've been willing to quote it, I guess. That way at least we know what we're looking at, but.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Hill.
My understanding is that quote come from, I think, Matter and Craig, who just done that amount of work. But that is a 6-inch line that allow fire hydrants to be put in, and as well as future expansion if the subdivision won't be filled. But I think 200,000, that was labor that the city was going to end up doing upon themselves. They just wanted enough to cover the materials, is what I've heard.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Acuff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. This project is certainly a part of the ARP funding, as you indicated, Madam Chair, that we have not prioritized nor scored. We'll probably do that in May, third meeting, that's when it is. But the project remains active and is on our list. I've had discussions, several now, with Jonathan Pleasant and Estes. I think if they do the project in-house, it'll be a lot less than the $564,000 that they have quoted.
Thank you, Dr. Acuff. Mr. Whitson, anything else?
Sorry, say that again.
Anything else you want to say?
No, I appreciate your help. I really hope this gets done. I just hope you're putting yourself in my situation as far as on well water. I shouldn't work a lot. You don't have to water.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak tonight?
Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, I'm Bob Carroll. I live in Elizabeth. Most everybody knows me. I'm here to ask about the radios. Not the ones that you graciously going to allow us to have in the future, but we as constables really need to be back on the radio. We've not had that privilege in 4 years. And it's been really hard for us to do our job without the radio. There's a lot of places in Carter County that you don't have cell phone coverage. So therefore, it's made it kind of hard on us. We still get out and we still do all we've been doing. But it makes it more dangerous. We've been taught many years through our in-services that the number one priority is officer safety and going home at the end of your shift. Some of these areas we go into to serve papers, at Stony Creek, Bison Divide and Ridge, you lose cell phone service. I have approached the law enforcement committee about this previously, but any concerns or any help that you might be able to afford us, there's 16 of us that would be very appreciative for that. And again, we do thank you for including us in the new radio system that's coming here in the next couple of years. There again, that's a couple of years down the road. So any consideration that you could afford us, we would truly appreciate it. I guess that's it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, Frazier.
Just want to point out that I don't think that we had any authority regarding the radio system whenever it came to who was on and who was off. We don't have the ability to force someone to allow you to have access to the radio system. Unfortunately, it's just not part of the commission's charter to work anything that we have authority on. I think that was what had come out originally. Otherwise, I think the decision might have been different.
Commissioner Frazier, that's going to come up later in the meeting. We'll talk about that. Thank you, Constable Carroll.
Thank you.
All right, last call for public comments. Okay, remember we're skipping item 14 because we've already done that. So we're on item 15. We have two groups present with us this evening, Communications International and what I've been referring to as the state system. And we're going to ask one of the groups to step out at this time, and we're going to deal with one group at a time. If you all don't mind to respectfully consider that request. Let's just go in alphabetical order and let's hear from CI first. So if those from the state would step out of the room, please, for a few minutes.
Any particular place I need to go?
No, sir. There's a conference room that I think is unlocked. If you go out the way you're headed right now, it'll be on your right at the end of the first hallway. Thank you. Okay, members of Communications International, if you all would step forward. The commissioners and other interested parties have been provided copies of the answers you provided to us so graciously and so quickly, I might add. We thank you for that swiftness in trying to help us make this very important decision. So at this time, I'll let you say just a few comments if you want to, and then we're going to have a question and answer session with the commission team and members of the public.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
My name is Henry Erford. I'm with Communications International. In our response to the RFP request that was put out earlier this year, we believe we gave a good comprehensive offering to the county for their communications needs. And we stand ready upon the decision of this commission, if we are so chosen, stand ready to jump right in and move the project along at as quickly as a pace that we can possibly get it done, because we know the needs of communications. I was an ex-law enforcement officer myself, and it was a little earlier in time, so communications became a real vital part of what we do and how we do it, and for everyone in here that is in that business to do their job. With that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so commissioners, I'll let you all go first like we did before. If you all have any follow-up questions to the answers that they've already provided, please ask now. Okay, if there's no questions from the commissioners, I'll open the floor to the public. If you represent an entity that will be using this communication system, you have the floor and the opportunity to speak now.
I do have one question.
Yes, Mr. Little.
Working with Terry, unfortunately Chris, not on this, but I know Terry had one question from Rome Mountain. The handhelds, they have a lot of areas that, they're going to have difficulty trying to communicate, and also knowing with the sheriff's department, there's been several times when they've had to go up on the Appalachian Trail. We've unfortunately had some deaths on the Appalachian Trail, some other nefarious things going on the Appalachian Trail. And if the handhelds, I think there was a question about using the repeaters in some of the deputies' cars. Do they not need them? Do they need them? Because up on Buck Mountain, up on the Appalachian Trail, when you're away from anything and you're in foot pursuit and you're trying to get a hold of somebody to come and back you up, that can end up in a very bad situation. We've got that on top of Dennis Cove Mountain. We've got that up in Stony Creek, but the Appalachian Trail, some of the other areas that they have to patrol and go into. Would a repeater system in a couple of the cars, take up that?
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Our design for the first responders is utilizing vehicular repeaters. So the function of that is to basically look at where a mobile would work, which usually has great coverage, and you're also in the VHF band, which works outdoors pretty good, doesn't work in buildings real great, but we rely on the vehicular repeater to act like an extension of the system again. So you look at an umbrella around that vehicle, however many vehicles that happens to be, because there's 134 vehicles equipped with that, and you've got a good solid half mile in dense forestation type, or if it would happen to be a little clearer or a little elevation, it's going to give you considerable coverage around that. Maybe that portable have the same coverage as that mobile would sitting in the car. So it extends that coverage out quite a bit. And that's the purpose. Because of the VHF spectrum that we're using, that's the best way to use that and really augment coverage to give one, in a building like this, vehicle parked out front, you're extending it inside the building. If you're far away, you've got good mobile coverage. If you don't have portable coverage, like you said, all it's got to do is pop the vehicle. It doesn't have to talk all the way back to a tower or anywhere else. It's just got to talk to that vehicle. That's all it's got to do. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. I'd like to call on Chris Sims. Chris, you had asked the question about the Avtech outpost. Did their response cover what you needed it to cover?
One thing with, on behalf of 911, we've already spent roughly $200,000 to $270,000 on the Avtech system. I know we discussed this before. Is that in the proposal to go ahead and put in the control stations and not the Omnitronics? Because we really want to stay with the Avtech system and just implement in the control stations.
When that first came out and we looked at it, we are not an Avtech dealer. Therefore, we do not get, well, we don't get very good pricing from them at all. So my suggestion, they're a very good company. They really are. If we're chosen, my suggestion would be for the county, we would assist the county, but have the county work with that. You get a much better price just to upgrade that.
Yeah, I know we just did it with the city, and we had to buy a cable and just put in one of your tape radios, which we have in place right now. So
It should be a fairly straightforward. Unfortunately, from that particular company, we do not get favorable pricing. Unfortunately, when we went and priced that out, it was actually less expensive to replace the system because
is that for just the control stations, or is that as a?
Well, there was an ask, I believe, to add additional console too. And so if Matt.
Yeah, so the RFP asked for the addition of one position and upgrading 6 positions. And so
it's one position I think was maybe the sheriff's department's console, which is like a different building. For 911, we purchased on behalf of our board over years, we've already purchased that. We just don't want to incur more cost on them. The district has already paid.
Sure, we can agree.
Yeah, we can understand what
So, and just doing the control stations would be, I'm certified in, and I've got 2 other techs at my office that went through Avtech's training, and we implemented, with the chief's help, we implemented the chief's radios there at 911. So I think we can do the same thing there.
And we would recommend that, honestly, if we get to a next step in that, we would recommend that. It was just that we were kind of in a little bit of a rock and a hard place with this. It would be like trying to put a Chevy motor in a Ford. It's just, they're not going to get along, and we were just kind of stuck.
So in the interest of providing you a solution that would work on the new system, we wanted to provide you, in the interest of complying with the RFP. And the best way for us to do that and try to keep the cost down as much as we could was to propose you just a new console system. So you can certainly revisit that.
I think maybe the cost, that's whenever we got the questions back, I was like, cost, it's like, the control stations was as much as but I think that was
okay. I hope that answered your question.
That's the whole premise of our proposal overall, is to leverage the money the taxpayers have already spent on radio. But that was the whole premise. We've been talking with folks in the county for a couple of years now with different design iterations and so forth. The premise was to make use and leverage the investment you already made in equipment. That's why we did the project, the technology we did, because it's fully compliant with technology in place.
That was the main question. That's the main. I think they answered most of my other questions, but that was the main concern we had.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We good?
Commissioner Collins.
I was going to ask if Chief Shaw or Chief Carrier would have any questions or any concerns from the city.
I think the questions that I've submitted y'all last week or whatever to guide you towards your questions, really that their system was what has been worked on, for a long time. There were meetings involved with all the agencies, all the time to deal with that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else before we close this presentation? Yes, GW Pear? No, yes. Did you have your hand up too? Okay.
I just want to speak on behalf of the volunteer fire departments. Can you speak to how your system enables their pager system? Because in our initial meetings, that was a very, very important requirement that comes to the board. If you could speak on that, I think Chief Shaw's pretty well taken care of the questions.
Along with his question, same thing. It says here that we'll be using existing VHF as part of the upgrade. If you're going to use existing, do we still got to maintain that existing system that is so bad?
Okay,
We're going to replace the paging system with a simulcast paging system. So we're using the existing frequencies, but no, it'll be a brand new paging system, all in a simulcast fashion. And so to make sure that your pagers are good. I hope that answered the question.
My question was, when I go to Pigeon Forge, usually when I roll in there, this last time I was in some pretty horrific situations. I could talk. How will your system allow me when I roll into Pigeon Forge on another mutual aid? You know, it's happened twice in 5 years. I want to be able to talk.
On the Pigeon Forge, are they not using a proprietary next edge system? My understanding is they don't have a, are you talking over your radio?
My radio was, I could talk to the guys in the other truck that we didn't have to. We found ourselves in situations where, you know, we not far from getting called Mayday. Nobody would have knew where we was at. I mean, they knew where we was directed to. That our crew was split into 2 areas.
If I may, and I am sorry, I'm not familiar with the system down at Pigeon Forge or in that, that's a Sevier County?
It's Sevier County, but on those type of incidences, it's, you know, basically it's a mass department, so they handed us 1 radio per group, but your group gets split.
There are, and again, not knowing if they have these in place, but there are national mutual aid frequencies that in the VHF spectrum.
Right.
And that is the purpose of having those. And that, in my experience, that is what responders from out of county or out of area come, and they go and are assigned using one of those particular mutual aid.
Correct, but they are, if I'm not mistaken, direct call.
No, they go through, they have a repeater, and so, well, depends on which one, but there's a base station to unit, usually on a tower, some type. I can't speak to it because I'm not familiar with what they have there. But without knowing, that's what the intent of that particular system is for, is that VHF mutual aid system. Interstate mutual aid, all points, it's gone by many different names, plus in some cases, your state forestry usually has an interop channel that is used fairly universally. Again, I know that's not an answer, I just don't know what they use there.
Right, that's our volunteer fire department's concern is, in the 5 years I've been chief, Washington County's been, and Sullivan County's been, and Carter County. County Fire Department's been in Jonesboro, Greenville, Gatlinburg, and Missouri. Each time of those incidences, nobody could communicate. Now, Washington County, Sullivan County, they communicated just fine. See with each other there and here, but we couldn't communicate. We were rely on that here with our. We just want to make sure our tax money is going to a system that whenever I call for Washington County, when Barney's Guns catches on fire again, I'm going to be able to talk to him right around.
And we will definitely, if we are the chosen, we will definitely do everything we can to make sure that it's explained how it would work. And of course, we can't dictate what other counties do.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacs. Chief Deputy, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Yes, as a follow-up, I think a lot of his concern is if we go with the system, to take aid system, is it interoperable with the state system? Because all the agencies, I think, that you mentioned are on the state system.
So part of the requirement of the RFP was to connect up to the state system, to connect up to the state of North Carolina system, forestry, and yeah, so there are gateways in place that will allow your radios to interconnect to those. So I would call in and have a channel selector on there that would say TAC in or say Viper or whatever it would say. So that I could connect up to those disparate agencies out there. So that was addressed and was provided in the RFP.
Fully controlled by the consoles.
By the console.
Yes. Well, it can, in two ways, it can be a direct, which means that all we do is we dedicate, and the link, lack of a better term, is channel 2, 8, whatever you decide. You go to that link is a permanent link to TAC and talk group, or to the other, like Viper or something to do that.
So that radio, my radio would have to hit one of our full towers.
Have to, yes, it would be in this county.
That's not that range.
If you're outside the county, yes, if you're outside the county, yes.
Okay, any other questions from a first responder? Highway Department, do you all have any questions?
No, we don't.
Okay, commissioners? Yes, Mr. Brownstaff.
Chris, the only thing I want to add to that is all going to depend also on how your radio program and what mutual aid frequencies that PDP has available. Because it will be the same way on another system or any system, Kenwood or Motorola or anything. It's all just going to depend on what what they have available down there to connect to.
I understand Sevier County is a proprietary Kenwood system that no other vendor. So when you get to Fish Port, you're won't have any ability to talk unless you buy that particular radio.
I know they did have, I saw Kenwood radio. They was handing out Kenwood radio.
Yeah, it's a proprietary technology called Next Edge, and unless you buy that,
Yes, Commissioner James.
If you have it in front of you, if not, it'd be okay, but in case some of the commissioners don't have it or hadn't seen it, and for some of the public, do you have the amount of the proposed bid, so we'll read it to them, so everybody knows how much the price is for this company?
It's $3.7 million, and the change in radios was only $7,200 that I presented to you, if I'm not mistaken.
Additional radios.
Oh, yes.
Yes, additional radios, 7,200, so it's just over 3.7 million. Any other questions or comments? CI, do you have any final remarks?
We very much look forward to working with, if we are selected, we have a very large dedicated group of people that do this for a living. Majority of our company has had a background in government, either via military or actual first responders. And so we're very versed in a lot of the areas that you're challenged with every single day. And we really look forward to working and all the agencies within the county. Yes.
So as the local representative, I live in Williamson County. So I deal with a lot of counties here in Tennessee, and yes, you have another vendor coming in to talk about a statewide system here, and it is a viable solution to you. But what some of these other counties are finding out is it's cost prohibitive for the short term and in the long term. Very expensive radio, and that's kind of where we started in this whole process, is to provide you with a cost-effective solution that gave you the coverage you needed, the interoperability you needed. I'm working with counties right now who are also looking at TACN, some who have already gone to TACN, and they've made a decision to do something different because of cost. Can you achieve the same thing at a lower price point? And the answer is yes. Can you maintain interoperability for mutual aid? Do those things that are important to you? Yes, we address those things. So as you consider other solutions, there are other counties that have 14, in fact, that are using the Tate solution in different technology types, DMR, P25, if you will. There are 14 counties currently in the state of Tennessee that have made a decision to go in a different direction and maintain interoperability for a better solution at a lower price point. So something to consider. Not saying that that's a bad option. I'm saying it's a more costly option in the long term. And when you're talking about volunteer fire and the cost of radios and those types of things, the DMR solution is a much more cost-effective option for folks in the long term. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Drew. I am losing my team. So even though I would have liked to have finished this topic before break, I can see that some of you all really need a moment of relaxation. So we're going to take a 10-minute break right now before we call the next group in. 10-minute break.
But you need a break.
This is serious.
Yeah,
Test 1, 2. Please return to your seats.
Oh, God. Everybody's cold. I'm burning up.
Test 1, 2. Okay, if we could get started, please.
But in the end, you've got.
Thank you, Commission. While you're getting settled back in, I want to make an announcement, please. During the break, one of our commissioners was in contact with the Stout family. They want to express their gratitude for our bridge dedication in honor of Harry Stout. And they apologize for not being present this evening. There was a miscommunication. They did not think this was taking place until May. So, please remember that the Stout family would have been here, and they are extremely grateful for the resolution that you passed this evening. All right, at this time, we're going to pick up where we left off, and we're going to ask the members that are here representing the state system to please come forward. Are you all alone, Mr. Tindall?
Yes, it appears that way.
So just a little bit of clarification. So I'm Scott, I'm with Motorola Solutions, so we're the equipment provider for TAC for the state.
Okay, Commission, do you have any questions to follow up to the answers they provided this weekend? Yes, Mr. Grindstaff.
I think that we need a little bit more explanation on the coverage maps for mobile outbound. Not mobile outbound, portable outbound, sorry, for portable outbound. And I know that there was a question that had been submitted that was discussing the use of mobile repeaters. And you kind of, in the question, the response kind of alluded to why would you want to use those, or why do you need those? And I think we just need to have a brief discussion about that if we can. Try to clarify some of those numbers. Because I think if I read the maps correctly, you're quoting about 85% for portable coverage outbound back to the tower sites, which is for the entire county, which most of that takes place in the Roan Mountain area, Foggy, Elk Mills, out that way, where there's, of course, extremely mountainous terrain and things. So can we discuss that just briefly?
Sure. So the propagation maps that we do, that we showed is right now about 85% of the county covered with portables, and 95, it looks like it's even more than that. But one thing you have to consider on the maps are, just because it's not, and ours is green, but just because it's not shaded green does not mean you don't have coverage. It doesn't mean that. As far as the mobile repeaters, I've done every project I've been with Motorola in the last 8 years. I've never done full-blown mobile repeaters in every single car. So we run our propagation maps based off of the wattage of the mobile, or what you get. You'll actually probably get better because we're very conservative with our predictions, because we know we have to honor that.
Yes, Gary Baby.
Well, you're with this with the state. Is there any additional funding coming from the governor's office that you know of to even upgrade the system or add hours in the future that's?
From the governor's office?
Yes.
Well, I know that they put in 179 million in the budget, which is not approved, for the statewide system. I know they're developing a plan on where they're how they're gonna spend that, where they're gonna put sites, and that's being discussed. But yes, the governor did budget 179 million to help grow the system. That's for the entire state. Now, as far as how they're gonna do that, I don't know. They're probably developing that plan.
But on digital, if I'm asking correct, then you wouldn't need as many towers on flat ground as you would in the mountain.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's with any terrain, you're going to, there's that depth, valleys, yes.
Scott, on page 2 of the answers you provided, we asked you to talk about the highway department's equipment shelter, and you said you didn't know what we meant by that question. Can anybody on the board of commissioners comment about that question in specific so that he can try to answer it tonight? Seems like there was something in your quoted price that said that you didn't think the shelter of the highway department was sufficient or something like that.
That was for the shelter that's at the White Rock. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know I have no idea what that. So I think what he has stated is that, and I think that it would be true for both systems, that there are going to be upgrades that are going to be required at the White Rock area. The thing that was added in CI's proposal is for a tower to be built at the highway department, for them to be a relay from comm center, the communication center for 911, to the highway department for a better angle of attack on the Holston Mountain side, so that they could have that microwave connection, which if you went with Tassin, you wouldn't run into that issue according to what they have proposed here. I think that might be some of the issues with what was asked.
Okay.
Sound right, Aaron?
Yes. So,
Yes, sir.
in here you said that the proposal that you have provided does not include the replacement or upgrade or whatever you would like to call it for the White Rock site. What is the estimate, just a ballpark estimation of cost to replace that site, basically a not to exceed?
Are you talking about a tower in a building?
Because that's what it says in here. It's like a new 300-foot tower, 12 by 10 shelter with generator, UPS, ATS, HVAC.
So I could give you a ballpark on the equipment, on the civil services piece to get it up there. I would not have a clue until we got somebody to run that for us. 300-foot tower probably nowadays, $150,000 or so. A 12 by 10 building with a generator in it, with a backup generator in it. I mean, you're probably looking at maybe a couple $100,000. And then whatever the cost is to get it to that location. And I mean, until we had somebody on a site development team go up there and actually look at it, we can quote that for you.
Yes.
I can tell you, in talking with Sullivan County, they spent $1,000 or $1 million a site. And I think they built 5 sites. That's what the sheriff had told us whenever I was working.
Okay, to go along with that question, I want to tell you something that I've heard, Scott, and I'd like for you to speak to it. I was told that in some research that was done across the state, there is no municipality or county government that has gone with the state system and spent less than $7 million. Yet your quote is about half that. Can you speak to that comment that was made to me?
Absolutely. Every project I've done with Motorola since I've been here has been addressed to the statewide system except for one, and it was Knoxville Utilities Board. What was the dollar amount again?
$7 million.
The only one I know that even
came close to that was Sullivan County, but it was Sullivan County, Kingsport, Bridgeport. Monroe County joined, it was it was roughly about the same price. Morristown, Hamlin joined, theirs was a little over 4 million, it was about 4 million or so, but they also went with the top of the line radio. Coffee County, Manchester just joined using ARP funds. That was 2-point-something million. They didn't need a site, so they just had a picture. Trying to think some others. Knox County was up there, but that's a big unit. They had a 5-site simulcast system, and they actually wanted a master site, which is the which if you join TAC, and you don't have to have that because you're using the existing structure. So no, that's inaccurate.
I'm going to share something else with you. The other group has put in black and white that if they install a system and it does not get their quoted efficiency, 95%, that they will improve it to the point of 95% at their own cost. But when we ask you that question in this, you all did not make the same promise.
Where is this?
Well, in the documentation provided, you've used the number 95% and 85%.
Are you talking about where it says what is the guaranteed coverage? Okay.
Okay.
Well, that would be
Yes.
sorry, that would be it. We would do it. We would add an ATP testing to the proposal. And actually, because ours was just a one pager, we would also include the full statement of work, the full system description, so you'd be able to see everything.
Commissioners, anything else? Yes, Mr. Grindstaff.
As long as no one else said anything. So I just want to go back on how do you get from 85% to 95% on those portables? Because that's a big concern.
How do you get from that an extra 10%?
Yeah, what do we need?
We'd have to look at where's the next best place to put a site. I mean, that's how much you have to do is put a site. We actually looked at another site in somewhere in Rome Mountain, forgive me, I don't, to see if that helped, other than the White Rock site, just to kind of measure, and White Rock is really a good location. We just have to see if there's land available, that kind of stuff, what would be the best way to do it. It does come down to cost, right? How many percentages are you getting? But our engineering, we can do any of that. You guys want it at any time. That's what it would take. I mean, really.
I mean, when we're sitting in, we're going to be honest. 9 times out of 10, a patrol officer is not conducting something right on the highway. They get out, they're using portables. So right now, the current conventional systems, what we call the conventional system that's currently in use, both, for us and the city, we utilize mobile repeaters in the vehicles to boost that portable coverage. And that's a lot where that comes into is, you could add all the additional tower sites, which would be good, which is something I would like to see a price on. Because that, to me, in order to compare apples to apples-ish, you need to be able to say, okay, you can guarantee it 95%, and this is what we need. Because to me, it's how do we get from the 85 to the 95 so that we can measure that effectively? Because that is where I think that we're lacking in the county now, not so much in vehicles. I don't know many places I can go that I can't talk in a vehicle, but on portable, that's a problem and that's a question. It is, especially for fire ground or fire on ground, but communicating back if you had something going on. And I think that that's a lot of where those mobile repeaters come into play and what benefit they could have that boost. But the concern on those is, I mean, I've seen some figures, $10,000, $12,000 a piece, and that is really cost prohibitive. So, I mean, I would like to see more information and kind of a plan on what we could do to bring that 85 up to 95, what that cost is going to be for us to do so, while we're providing these monies necessary to move forward. Because that, to be quite fair, that's what your competition is offered. It has projected at that point is 95% coverage.
So, we could definitely take a look at that. Of course, the mobile repeater is only as good as if you've got some connectivity and your 3-watt radio still. I mean, you're still limited. It's not going to give you full. Like I said, I've never had that any of those issues.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner questions right now?
How many counties in Tennessee is currently under?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but the sheet that we put with our proposal on the back, there's a tagging on the back of it, lists all the counties and cities throughout the state, all the UPs currently.
Okay, I'd like to open the floor up to any law enforcement or first responders in the audience. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Yes, Tom Smith.
The radio that you quoted, is that a single band radio, dual band?
Those are all single band, yes, sir.
Okay, so we would not be able to hook into our UHF system, VHF, our current system, in other words.
What do you mean by hooking?
We look at doing redundancy. We want to be able to utilize these radios to, if say TACAN goes down, gives us the ability to go back to our old system and still be able to talk.
Well, some municipalities that do keep their existing system up as a backup. They could put like an extra mobile in the car or something, or you do some sort of connectivity through dispatch.
But they do make a dual band radio.
They will make a dual band radio, yes, sir. I don't know what specifically y'all are using, but yeah, our radios will do analog and digital dual band radios. So yeah, you could add that in there.
What would be the difference in cost in that?
I mean, I have no idea. I'd have to quote it on, see what the difference is of dual band and a single band is, on how many you need.
You and I talked about when you were up here before.
Just police, is it fire, is it who is it?
Deputy Parrish, did you want to ask any questions? You moved closer to us.
I didn't want to step on the fire department's toes again. I didn't see the chief sitting behind me a minute ago when I asked him. About the pagers. That was a very important requirement that all the fire departments gave us initially is, talking on the radio is very important, and that's kind of one of the primary requirements, but it's also just as important to get the word out on the pager system that we have now. Chris, you brought that up during that first meeting that they were having a lot of trouble getting the pages out to the fire departments at that point. How does your system enable that capability?
So the pagers that we put in there would do with the dual band VHF and P25 7800 megahertz. So you could program your old system and the new system in there, and it'll work off the new system. And if you were to give radios to volunteer fire, or however many of you wanted to do that, you can actually page across the radios themselves. So it gives you a couple options.
Say again.
So if you wanted to give radios to volunteer fire or whomever, you could actually page across the system on a radio as well. So you can do it with the radio or you can do it with the pager. And to Tom's point about the existing vehicle system, if you wanted to keep that up and running for a while, you could keep it as a backup on your paging system as well. And it'll work on both systems. We have agencies in Anderson County, Roane County doing that. Hamilton County is instituting those right now. I think they just sent some out to test on the system.
The second question I would have is interoperability with Elizabeth Police Department, Elizabeth Fire Department. They recently changed over to the 8 system. They left us on our current system, and it's made it very hard. How would we, if we go to the state system, how would we be interoperable with the city?
You could create a permanent patch on the existing Stout consoles. We put some equipment in there for that. So you have you have a patch directly to PD and sheriff, and/or fire and city fire, however you wanted to do that.
Yes, Mr. Alex.
Can you explain what a patch is? Is that basically programs a channel on my radio? I don't have to call somebody and say, can you patch this?
So you could, yes. So
change to a channel and I'm on this back then.
yeah, so the consoles that they have today, Aptec consoles, have radios in the back room called control stations. So you'd have one for the take system, one for the Motorola P25 system, and on the button there would be a button on dispatch. And those two talk groups, you would go to that specific talk group on the radio, and it knows that, hey, now I can talk to the fire. And it would be on the console so dispatch can monitor.
We don't have to dispatch.
physically do that. As long as it's maintained on the console, they don't have to physically do it, but they can monitor too.
Is that an issue with 911 side of that call?
No, I mean, our system can do patching now. And Avtech is part of Motorola now. Avtech was actually bought out by Motorola, not long after we had it. So and I had asked the question about the consolette that you had yeah. And so explain, so that's basically another console?
Yeah, so we put in there 10 control stations or base stations. That's kind of the number we kind of got today. That's how many talk groups you could monitor on the system. The consolette is just that super powered, right? And you can change the channel, dispatch position, right? The other ones would be dedicated, but if you need to change the channel, if you know you weren't using this pack, you wanted to change the channel, you can change the channel. And it could be in the back room, it could be at a dispatch location, it's however you want. I'm trying to keep it up.
Tom, you're recognized.
I've got two questions. The Avtech system, I think, and I may have missed it there, but whenever you're patching in, is that a cost that you figured in your proposal that you've turned into?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's all figured in, and I'll come back to the other question in just.
Yes, please speak.
My name is Jay Malpass. I'm a consultant for the state for TACAN. Just a couple of responses to some of the questions that were asked. We got about 50,000 users on the system statewide. There are local users, there's state users, and there are federal government users. About half of those 50,000 are local government agencies in their counties and cities all over the state. So there's a lot of local government users on the system. As far as redundancy, every site, we have redundant components on every one of our sites. So if something goes down, there's always something to back that up. We have redundant switching, so all the switches are backed up with more than one switch site all across the state. So we have a lot of redundancy built into the system. And as far as the expansion of the system, as Scott mentioned, the governor has put a significant number of money in the budget for next year to expand the system. We are in planning stages of deciding where that's going to go. In Haywood County, Carter County is one of the counties that's on the list for consideration. We would like to improve our coverage in the county. I'd like to talk to you all about that as the money gets approved, when we can do that.
And to piggyback off of that, it's in my notes, the system is monitored 24 hours a day by the state and by Motorola. Anything hiccups that happen, I've been told by agencies, they get an email notification, they don't even realize anything's wrong. That's pretty important. And actually, the state just went through an upgrade the last 2 weeks. So every municipality got the system upgrade, and also if there's a certain other consoles that we have that are wireline, they got those upgraded too. So they went through and just upgraded routers, and everybody deals with that. After 3 or 4 years of being a part of the state, all that's maintained. So basically, the radio system today is as new as if you went out and bought it. And that'd be the same thing. Carter County joined today, 10 years from now, it'll be brand new, and there's no cost to you all.
In the upgrade we just went through, we upgraded not only the state, we upgraded all the local agencies that had joined and added stuff to the system at the same time. And it was no charge to the locals.
All right, Tom Smith, go ahead and say what you want to say, because we're winding this up real soon, okay?
If the state has a critical incident, and it's in Carter County, who has priority on the state system?
So you have dedicated talk path channels for Carter County, and then there's specific talk groups that are for mutual aid events.
How many talk groups does the county get?
That's just, we just have to walk through that piece.
Do what?
We've talked through that piece. There's no set limit. We would just sit down, like, for instance, usually after we do contract or whatever, we sit down with the agencies. How many does the sheriff need? How many does the police need? How many does fire need?
Any additional cost? And extra, we can have 5 talk groups.
Well, here's what I always tell people, you can have as many as you want, But then you just run the interoperability piece of it. And I'll just tell you, if it was, what agency was it? There was an agency, Lloyd County. When they joined, they created all these talk groups and they realized they don't even use half of them. So now they're upgrading all their radios and they're going to do away with all those talk groups. So yeah, we would just sit down and work through that. The work TACN also addresses that, helps you. You can't have 1,000 talk groups because that's what really hurts capacity. But yeah, they'll work through that. When you get a radio, the first 2 zones in that radio, or 2, 3, whatever, are dedicated to your all's talk groups. So you all kind of line that up. The rest of the radio is full of mutual aids that you can use statewide. Do you want to talk about talk groups?
So what we start with, the whole managing process, we look at what you use now, that's the starting, that's the base. And then we have discussion of where you'd like to go to, right? Because obviously you're expanding the radio system, you want to be able to expand the capabilities. So we start with minimum of what you have now, and then we build on that. That's not to mention the statewide interoperability talk groups that are throughout the state regionally for the highway patrol districts as well as the Homeland Security districts. So for mutual aid responses outside the county, every radio has the ability to reach out through interoperability to any of those talk groups in the state. So like I said, we start with what you have now, and then we sit down and discuss where you want to go with that, what you want to add to it.
How long would it take for like Commissioner Grindstaff asked, how long will it take to reach that 95% mark of the coverage need?
That would be a Scott question. That'd be the solution.
Well, we just have to take the terrain and kind of go down that road. I mean, I don't know what you mean by how long will it take.
Well, I mean, if we go with the CI out here, within probably a year and a half, we've got 95% covered. And if they don't achieve that, then they come back and take care of it. But right now, we're looking at 85% with TACAN. When was the last time the propagation studies were actually done here in the county?
Well, I mean, we just ran some maps here last year, I think, or early this year.
And that's the ones that we got now?
Yes, sir.
I've got maps from back 7, 8 years doing the same thing. Didn't you have a side up in Johnson County?
And I know that the here,
we cited microwave ad.
No one.
Sure. We updated the maps, statewide maps.
Well, I was talking about how long it takes to get to that 95%.
The build out, how long does it take to go on the air using the equipment? Yeah, he's looking for build out time, okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. Into 14 months?
Into 20 months to get to 95%?
Into 14 months. It just depends on equipment, time frame, deal with weather when you're talking about sites, what kind of civil work's going to be done at those sites, that kind of thing. We've never had one last, I've never had one last more than 2 years. Ever.
Oh, that's in writing.
I don't have it in writing.
No, I mean,
I'm just telling you from.
Whenever you.
We would give a schedule, right, and go by that schedule.
We continually have 1 or 2 counties always that's in the process of joining the system. Those build outs take, each one of them. Working up there.
So just, the only thing I can go is the most recent. So Hamlin County, Morristown, in agreement with us at the end of September, 1st of October. They've had several meetings on fleet mapping, develop their radio code plugs, which is basically what goes in the radio. All their equipment is on site, all the radios. They're doing more testing. They're testing the pagers now. What are we in April? All the equipment for the sites are going in now. So I presume they'll probably be decently operating by June, July, and then full cut over. I know that it'll definitely be September, so that's 12 months. It had a site, it's very similar. One site, some stuff at dispatch, radios, pagers, very similar.
And your maintenance, what does it cover? The maintenance of your system.
So when you get the system from us, it comes with a 1st-year warranty. And after that, TACAN assumes maintenance, cover all the RF equipment. all the upgrades hardware. So I like to tell this is the easiest way. This is a repeater in a box on one of the sites. Upgrades the software. 5 years from now, this box is old, antiquated, can't handle the software. They yank it out, throw in a new piece of hardware, and you keep it. So all the RF equipment.
What about the vehicle?
No, the radios are not. They're not. They come with I think 3-year warranty.
But that's only if something breaks. There's no planned maintenance done on them, yearly planned maintenance or?
On the radios?
Yeah.
No, typically, I mean, I used to work for the Knoxville Police Department. We didn't have to do maintenance on them. They worked pretty good. Matter of fact, we had radios when I was there 20 years ago. So it's not been 20 years since I've gone, been 20 years since they.
One more question and I will hush. Over the air programming, do you have that capability and is it there?
Yes, it is extra. Yes, there's capability. The over-the-air programming, no matter what system you use, is not the greatest because you're using RF signals. We have a couple other different ways you can actually use, Wi-Fi and that kind of stuff. But yeah, we offer it.
Who has access to it? Who can actually go in and do it?
Whoever
Program it over the air.
Whoever you all just determine who locally want to handle it.
So it'd be a comms officer. It would be like a comms officer.
It's however Carter County wanted to handle it.
I'm done.
Commission, any final questions from the commission?
That's a question. I mean, commissioners in here know what these radios, what they're talking about.
Barney RFD, push the button and say, Ken.
No, there was about 5 hands, Willie.
5 hands?
Yes.
I don't know. I need to ask another question too, maybe. If we can get this group to go out too, we need to talk to Mr. Smith and the sheriff and Harris about this, because we're mixed here.
I agree, Commissioner Campbell, that's the plan. So, Scott, thank you very, very much for being on the firing line. And if the state group will step out, and I want to hear from my team what they've got to say and where we're going to go from here, okay? Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay, without jumping into any motions, I would like to hear a discussion about what you all think is an appropriate next step. I believe from where I see it, we still have questions with both groups. Neither group has come with a final price tag. So keep that in mind and let's enter a discussion. Commissioner Bailey?
We need to bring in the sheriff's department, 911, the rescue squad, everybody that's gonna be affected in this and get their opinion on what they want, because ultimately, this is a decision for the whole county and what is best for the whole county. Because they're gonna have a say-so in what they want. And that's, I think we need to ask them point blank, which system do you, with what you do know, what you like? And I just think it could be the rescue squad, the fire departments, I mean, we really need a set-down workshop, one night scheduled, and just lay it on the table with everybody. I mean, 911 needs to speak freely, the sheriff's department needs to speak freely, the fire department, everybody.
Are those groups prepared to make a statement tonight?
You got all of them here.
EMS is the only thing that's missing.
As far as, we can make a comment as far as a recommendation. I would prefer there needs to be a working group and bring everyone together and, after they closely consider the comments tonight, because I was satisfied on a few things from both sides. I had questions and they accurately, if they're accurate, they did satisfy the questions we had. But there are some individuals that are not here that probably would have bearing on the selection process. So I concur with Commissioner Bailey on setting up a working group, and from that working group, everyone can make their recommendation and be invited back to say, yay, this is who we think is best. Because As far as I'm concerned, they're both very competent systems. There's a lot of good to both. There are challenges with each, but, you know, I wouldn't even be comfortable making a firm recommendation tonight, because I'd want to hear from our partners, because we rely on, first of all, we rely on volunteer fire departments, the squad, you know, the city. Because if we make a decision tonight without them having any planning, we know what, you know, we had a lot of planning. We were still kind of left behind whenever they changed systems. It's hard. So I think that they would have impact as well. And all of those individuals were invited in the first couple working groups that we had probably a year and a half ago. But when you bring them in, you get everyone a chance to speak. And then, you know, commissioners want to be involved. I'm not sure exactly how you would want to form the working group, but that's what I would recommend.
Commissioner Frazier.
Attorney Harden, what's the time frame for us accepting or declining the proposals based on the information that we put out in the RFP?
I believe the actual submitted bid is 60 days after the bid was open. I don't remember when that was. The other one's just a proposal. I mean, I think you could ask both groups if, you know, how much longer they're willing to honor their proposal, or even extend the bid if they would. But we're probably going to be closing in on that 60 days. If you delayed it another month, they could probably expire. Frankly, do you remember?
I think it was like March 16th or something like that. March 15th, she said.
This would still end up resolving before the next full commission meeting.
It's May 16th. It may be the actual last day of the next commission meeting.
So while bear that in mind when we're scheduling stuff, and probably have to be a special call meeting to come back in and do the vote.
I think we could request them to extend it. It wouldn't be maybe a day or two at most if it's going to be the next commission meeting. I don't know that the TACAN proposal has any
TACAN proposal
deadline or anything to it, so I have no idea. We would just have to ask if they would both still honor their proposals to be considered next month.
Commissioner Bailey.
The reason why I'm asking it to be done that way is back on what Willie's question was. I mean, I know a little bit about it, looked at it a little bit, but I'm not fully in it enough to really look at this. Frazier's probably in it the most. Julie's used it some, you know, because on constables, but when we're voting for $3.5 million to $4 million, and there's this many agencies, I don't want to be looked at and said, you voted for this radio and it's not working for us and there's too many other people involved. I mean, it's not like, and I know this sounds politically wrong, but vote for $20,000 is totally different than voting for $3.5 to $4 million. It's just because the taxpayers are paying for it. I want to be sure of my vote. And I think if you look at this with the number of Willie right there was looking at, that means there's at least 18 or 19 are unsure too. And it's a tough vote to make. So I think we need to sit down with 911, with the rescue squad, and just right here, one night, actually have a workshop, just lay it out, what they like, what they don't, because ultimately, whatever we pick, what they're going to have to use.
Well, to that, I would say that the volunteer fire department spoke today. We know how they feel. Other groups have been included in the emails that have gone back and forth over the past week. Everyone knew to be here tonight if they had questions or concerns. I honestly don't see why we can't ask each of the groups represented here tonight to give an opinion, and then move forward with a group that will provide us with more numbers. We need a better estimate of the total cost. But we would be moving forward with one group in that way, would be my suggestion. Yes, Frazier.
What it boils down to, all we're choosing is which rope we're going to hang ourselves with. Because both of the groups, both of the proposals have their pros and their cons. That's from the floor up. Either way that it goes, it's ultimately somebody's going to be left out in the dark. You're not going to find a system that's going to have 100% fits absolutely every single possible need. It doesn't exist that way. Our terrain is a problem. The number of people and organizations that we're having to pull in becomes a problem. Usage of the system pulls in another problem. You cannot get to where it's going to be 100%. But I guarantee you, we can ask Chief Shaw, we can ask the fire department, we can ask them if any of the information that was presented tonight influences their decision. Because the things that we don't know is White Rock. We know it has to be replaced under the TACAN system. So we have to guesstimate how much that's going to cost. From the CI side, we know that we're going to have the maintenance contract that's going to be going forward. And as well, and it seems like with both systems, you're going to end up having to have an individual on the ground in the county that's going to be responsible for the day-to-day maintenance of the individual radios, what breaks, whatever, won't hold channels, whatever. So that person's going to have to be in position as well under both systems. There's so many moving parts to this that either way that we end up going, somebody's not going to be happy with it. If both systems are given the volunteer fire department what they need here, I know whenever they go to, they're wanting something that they might be able to use whenever they go to Pigeon Forge, because we do mutual aid with Pigeon Forge. But they have a completely separate system that nobody works with. I mean, that was one of the things that they had pointed out is Pigeon Forge has their own system that nobody else works with. On the flip side, either way we go, if somebody comes in here with P25, doesn't matter which one we go with, they'll have a way to be able to communicate. So belaboring it to the point to where we decide that we end up pushing it past the end of the RFP date, I don't think is going to be a good idea, because I'm one of the jerks that started this by saying, wait, hold up, let's look at this, because I had questions and I couldn't get answers to those questions. And I don't want us to be in a situation where we get into paralysis by analysis, trying to compare and contrast two things that have a list of pros and cons.
Okay, in the sake of time, I've seen 3 hands that I'm gonna recognize right now. Julie Gwynn, then Brad Johnson, then Austin James.
The only other thing, I have to really agree with Frazier on this. I don't really see this being a whole lot different when we first did an analog system years and years ago. They probably faced the same stuff that we're facing right now. We are not gonna be able to do this system in the same way that you would go to Walmart and buy a $29 5-quart jug of oil at Walmart, because it's going to cost us extra instead of just that certain slot. Because that's what I wanted to tell me how much it's going to cost. But your system is going to cost us some extra. I mean, so we can't assume it's the certain amount, and people in the community can't just assume it's a certain amount. There will be extra stuff that's going to cost us, and we're just going to have to face up to that. But to get these guys and these gals that's out there, it is, it's past time to get them a system that's going to work. And 2, I'm like Frazier, either or, we're going to get something better. That's the whole goal, get them something that's safe.
Okay, thank you, Miss Julie. Brad Johnson.
I want to muddy it up just a little bit. I just want to let everybody aware. There was only one proposal on the RFP that was submitted for bid.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're dealing between 2 companies. Now, there is a procurement guidelines you have to go by when you submit an RFP out for contractors or for manufacturers and all to bid. And then if you don't accept them and you go in and you change your RFP, the original has some rights to recover loss and expenditures of their fund to put their package together. So you have to be mighty, mighty careful of that, because the Lice Group here did not submit a bid.
I'm gonna interrupt that and ask Attorney Harden to speak to the legalities of that.
Well, it is true that obviously we bid this project twice. The state system chose not to bid the first time. They didn't like the RFP. We changed the RFP. They didn't bid again because they didn't like the RFP. We have one true bidder considered. However, the TACAN state system, my understanding, is approved state vendor from the, so we can actually forego the competitive bid process if you chose the TACAN product. So that's why both are being considered. But it is true that one company has actually, complied with what we asked 2 times, and the other has not.
Well, my question again too, the one that is represented here, that is a private business, more or less. He's not a government agency. So they're the ones that would submit the proposal. That's the one that picked the proposal up, not the state of Tennessee. And, I know very little about communications other than put in a patrol car. And you have to holler for help. I know where the button is, But it kind of left a taste in my mouth as if he thinks he's guaranteed when he stands there, because he had no answers. He was not prepared, and they did not give us a bid for that system.
Okay, Commissioner James.
So I want to look at it from the other side. This is all great. It's all wonderful. We definitely need it. But it has been milled around. We still have yet to figure out when we select who we're selecting, which is a vital part. How are we going to pay for this? We've got to have the money are we going to use ARP funds? Are we going to use our money in our accounts? Are we going to take a bond out? I mean, we need to figure this out as a commission before we do need to take the next step and figure out, because this is going to be the burden somehow on taxpayers if we don't. So, we need to look at that, because this is a hefty price tag, and it can probably continue to grow as they develop more into their research. And so we need to have a game plan, I think, moving forward.
Okay, Vice Chairman Hill, do you still wish to speak?
Yes, was there a specific reason why the state didn't submit RFP?
RFP.
The first time the indication was that the RFP was written for a specific vendor was the allocation. And then so when all the specific, what could be specific vendor information was removed, then they said, oh, well, you didn't clarify which specific solution you wanted. You left it. So in essence, the first time they're saying the bid was too closed, and the second time they're saying the bid was too open. So either way, they didn't like it.
Yeah, from the original email, regards to the RFP that was sent out for the radio communication system for Carter County, Motorola Solutions has chosen not to respond due to the specific nature of the RFP as it relates to DMR and the tape brand specifically.
Okay, Commissioner Bailey, you still wish to speak?
That was this time.
I'll say this one and I'll be quiet. I was involved in the interview. So was Mr. Sims back there with the guy that they've hired for the comms officer. He's highly, probably Mr. Sims would like to speak. About every flipping degree there is in communications. Actually, I think before we make a decision, if we do decide to meet again or whatever, I think we need to bring the man in that we've hired and talk to him and see what he thinks about some of this, or look at the proposal itself. I mean, Chris was involved in it. He's got certifications that long.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Problem may well be. Finally, I'll settle this thing down. We all, he's very certain, very intentional. You got to understand the system.
He can put some of this in English that some of these can understand. So that's what.
Okay, Mayor, will you update the full commission on the status of that situation?
Sure.
Is he watching the live stream this evening as far as you know?
Yes, he is. We did an interview process. We interviewed, I think, 6 candidates. We chose one candidate that's highly qualified, and will be moving to our area to take this position with his family. He will be starting this position June 1. That's giving him availability to make the move and get relocated. But he could possibly be able to be here next month's commission meeting if this is pushed forward, or he is watching the live stream tonight. But he's very capable. He's able to work with either system that we choose. He's very, very knowledgeable on both systems. So either way you go, he's very knowledgeable on both, and he can work with either one and answer questions on either one.
Okay, Mark Tester.
I do have a question. Is this project on the ARP list, and will one or both qualify? I think that's the answer we need to do, because, this is $3.5, $4 million, who knows, and if we don't have to go out and borrow that money and pay interest on it, and something to benefit the whole county, I think that's something that should be considered.
As you may know, Dr. Inca, being in charge of that, asked me to make sure that ARP funds could be used for the communication system. I reached out to the comptroller's office. I'm sure they're busy. I did not get a response. Mayor Woodby reached out to Ken Rea at the First Tennessee Development District, and he answered the question that yes, other counties are using the money in that way, and so could Carter County. And it's my understanding that if he advises us incorrectly, it's on his dime.
It can be used for the one-time expenditure, but not reoccurring costs, especially if you do a bond for any type of payments.
Commissioner Frazier.
I just wanted to chime back in. I've got the official wording from what Mr. Tidwell from Motorola had said was, there's nothing in the RFP that details how the functional compatible equivalent will be evaluated. So that was why they chose not to. So there was one of the specific lines that myself and Mr. Hardin put in there is that the functionality would be based, or the evaluation would be based on how well they met the requirements that we had, if they were offering an alternate system.
Okay, before I said let's have a discussion, we've done that. Let's not belabor it anymore. I'll open the floor for a motion.
I would one of those folks back in here for making the motion.
Okay.
If the discussion's done.
I agree. Austin, will you please go find them all around and bring them back in here?
You better come back, or you get ready, don't you? You get ready.
What do you want to say?
Remember the microphones. Yes.
Watson wanted everyone to know that I think she talked to someone at the conference. And they did tell her that this project would be suitable for the ARP funds.
Okay, thank you for that update, Ms. Carolyn. Thank you, Commissioner James. CI and Motorola State System Group, we thank all of you for your time, your travel, the expertise that you shared with our county. I've opened the floor now after quite some discussion for anybody to make a motion. I don't know what will happen here, but we thank all of you deeply for what you've done for our county. And we'll see what happens.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I make the motion that we ask the guy that we hired to come in next month and speak with all the agencies and get some more clarification.
Mayor, before we get a second on that, I'd like to ask you if that's a possibility. If his hire date is June 1, can we bring him in May in time to talk with the agencies before our meeting?
I would say yes, I would need to touch base with him and see if he's available. Other than that, I don't think he would have a problem with that.
Okay, I'll take a second if there is one.
I just had a question.
Well, let's wait and see if we get to discussion mode or not. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a second from Commissioner Kelly Collins. Now we're in discussion, Commissioner James.
Just if he's not able to come in and speak to us, if he could just even send us something written that the mayor can read to us, or, I mean, I understand if he's trying to move, it may be too much of a stressor to ask him to come in too. I don't know where he's moving from, but, or Zoom.
We may be able to also do Zoom. We're working on trying to get that nuance straightened out, do Zoom and the live stream at the same time.
He did say he would come talk to us if he had to, though, didn't he? He was in-
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? Yes, Mr. Jenkins?
Would it be worth our while to schedule this at 5 o'clock? Maybe to have some sort of workshop, if agencies, if they're all gonna be here, that way we can just have an open discussion, no decisions being made, and I think it would help us out. I mean, I know we don't wanna be here any longer than we have to, but when we're in the meeting, I mean, we have certain guidelines that we have to go by. If we're just having a workshop before the commission meeting itself, I don't know. It's up to you all. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Are you asking that in the form of a friendly amendment?
Could be.
Yes, whatever.
Okay, Gary accepts. Who was my second? Ms. Collins, do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're still in discussion. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Kohler.
Did I understand from Mayor Woodby that the new hiree said he could work with either system and do both systems?
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
I'm going through the email and just as a point of clarification, under the P25 system, it says there would be no need to create or hire a radio system manager. But Mr. Tidwell had gone and said that would be necessary for just the individual radios, so. That's all I had.
Okay, I'd like to formally ask both groups the question. The 60 days for the RFP will be up May the 15th. I think our meeting is scheduled for May the 16th. Would you all grant us that one extra day to come to a conclusion?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We have both groups affirming that that's okay with their quoted prices. Any other topic of discussion before the vote? Mr. Von Cannon.
It appears to me, and this is just an opinion, that users, and there's several of them, should have been polled or could have been polled or gotten together. And each one gave the pros and cons of these two proposals. Then we that are not as knowledgeable as they are in using could have made a decent decision. That's all I've got to say. I just know that the users should be gotten together, and the pros and cons of these two proposals, and then we could make a decision based on their recommendation, because they're the users. And we're about to spend a lot of money that could be going to a lot of things. The poor people of this county Of course, you say, well, that's what, who regarding me serving. But I can take you on roads, for example, that could be used. This money could be used a lot better than this in a way. However, the users are the ones that should help us make this decision. That's all.
That is the motion on the floor, Mr. Buchanan, is to let the users come at 5 p.m. on May the 16th, give us their opinion in a workshop setting before our meeting begins at 6. Commissioner Kohler?
That was my question. I wanted to clarify the motion that was in it. Thank you.
Yes. Frazier? Good. All right. Does anybody want Mr. Bailey to repeat the motion before we vote? Yes. Gary Bailey, will you please restate the motion as amended?
It is that we have a initial meeting or a workshop with all of the agencies, an open workshop with all of them to their opinions of what they like, what they don't, try to come to an agreement what they want. And Randall's amendment that it be at 5 o'clock, so.
That way we can have a workshop.
A workshop.
And our meetings.
And the meeting afterwards, what's.
Okay.
Commissioner
Garland?
Quick question. Are we asking the presence of both of these parties to be at that, or?
That'll be up to them. Yes. Henry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have to you is, because we bid to the RFP and there was no other bidder, are we bound by the no contact? And yet the state representative would not be bound by no contact. We're still under our no contact quiet. We can't talk to anybody. We can't say anything to anybody other than, through whatever the RFP said we could. But they did not propose to the RFP at all. So they can talk to anybody they want. Are we still bound by that during this period of time?
I'll turn that over to Attorney Harden.
I'll say something, how about I make this easy for you? So we'll honor that as well. We won't, I'll make that easy for you. We'll honor that as well. If there's a no contact.
No contact with any commissioner or any first responder in Carter County.
Correct. It'll just be, I know that you'd send me an email about attending today, so however that looks, either through you or through Aaron, we'll honor whatever they're bound by, we'll honor.
Okay.
Alter the RFP.
All right. I'm gonna call for the vote on the motion that's on the floor.
One thing, at 5 o'clock, they need to get in here and they need to tell us quick, or they're not won't be here forever.
Absolutely. The meeting starts at 6.
If you send an email out to all the people, all the parties that are gonna get up and speak and tell which they want or what they want, they need to understand you've got 7 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever, 5 minutes. Tell us quick. You should already have your homework done and move on.
Yes. Dr. Acuff.
To Commissioner Collins's point, I think we would be better prepared if we had a special called meeting where this was the total focus, not just give it an hour in case somebody gets long-winded or we don't understand. So pushing it that far out is not acceptable to me. I agree with it.
Okay. So we have a motion, I've already called for the vote, so we are gonna have to vote on this motion unless it is withdrawn. And your point is noted, Dr. Acuff.
I'll withdraw it to have a special one if that's what he wants, because, I'm like everybody else, we've got to go forward. So let's get it worked out. If it's special call what we want, I'm fine with that. So I'll amend mine to a special call meeting, and let's just have it and go with it. If Ms. Collins will accept because I think she seconded it.
Yeah, you wanna accept that change?
Yes, that's all. And I want to be noted that I agreed with.
I love your spirit of cooperation. Thank you so much. And thank you, Scott, for stepping up and agreeing to that. Okay. We need to set a date, and that's gonna be hard to do with all the budget hearings we're having right now.
Madam Chair, can we do that the first week in May? I know Health and Welfare meets, I think it's May the 3rd Tuesday. Could we not do it that Thursday, the 5th?
May the third's of.
That day need to be moved. County's closed, election.
Yeah. Do y'all have the calendar?
Yeah, I
that
think
we
we're going to
provided?
meet the 5th. I'm sorry.
I think May the 2nd is
May the 3rd's primary.
education, landfill, highways. I think Monday the 2nd. Yeah, that's 2nd.
Ms. Watson, you was talking about adding some more days. Is any of these conflicting with you? I said you were talking about adding some more hearing dates. Is any of them, I mean, is the 5th, is that, I don't remember if you told me that was the day you're.
It wasn't.
Okay.
Second, we're on that, because they're too close to the previous.
Okay.
We need a little more time.
Landfill?
Yeah, Monday the 2nd, we have a meeting at 6 already.
I'm willing to get to my highway meeting if they're willing to get to theirs.
Well, we
We
need to
have-
for the bridge dedication.
And we have Kim Maria coming about the landfill thing.
Okay.
Z-test.
Can't do it the 5th. Was there a reason why?
Health and welfare.
May the 4th is a Wednesday, May the 6th is a Friday. Does anybody have a suggestion?
Yeah, do it on a Saturday. I think it's funny. I mean, they're all firemen, they're all policemen, they're all right here in the county. I mean, good grief.
Somebody want to make a suggestion?
Sixth?
Yeah, 6th.
The 6th is a Friday. How does that sound, Commission?
It's fine. Let's get it done.
5 o'clock, what time is
It's Friday night. Y'all want to leave 5 so you can still have some of the evening left, hopefully.
I love your optimism.
This is just a work. All right, let's shoot for May the 6th at 5 p.m. If this motion passes, there will be a special call meeting. That's what we're voting on. To bring the agencies in together, give us an opinion, and because it's a special call meeting, we can't take action, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So this issue will be resolved Friday, May the 6th.
It's a special call meeting just for.
Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Can we, we all let them call for the vote now? Okay, let's do it.
Well, Rob.
All right, please review. Okay, motion passes.
And boy, Rob.
Okay, so everybody please add that to the calendar. May the 6th, which is a Friday at 5 p.m. in this room, special call meeting to discuss radio communication system only. And the two groups, we drug you up here twice already. You do not have to attend, that'll be completely up to you. All right.
But they do need to know that we could possibly vote on something that night.
Yes, that will be the night we're gonna make a decision.
So just let you know.
Absolutely.
Who knows what'll happen, but.
Charlie fuck.
Right. Yes.
I hate to ask them to be in attendance, but, you know, they're at a no contact, so our, communications officer won't be able to ask them any questions. They're not here, so.
Might be able to offer them Zoom option or something, so if they don't want to travel up here, they can participate that way. Do I want to do that?
Okay, we work out the detail of that later. Okay, let's move to item 16, which is the mayoral report. Mayor Patty Woodby.
I don't have anything. I'll relinquish the time to the presentation earlier this morning.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We are now in committee reports, and we start with budget.
We'll make a motion. We go on.
All right, let's get into this.
I was gonna make a motion that we vote on all these at once after we're done.
So we can get by with it, how long? All right, first I'll put into a form of a motion to appropriate $511.28 for required fire alarm testing expenses at the 911 center, which is shared cost of the EMA.
Second by Isaiah Grindstaff. Any discussion? Please vote. Please reveal. Motion passes. Budget cheat sheet item 2.
All right, next I put in form of a motion to appropriate $7,000 previously reserved for the Go Betsy from the account 101 and to appropriate an additional $3,000 from the unassigned fund balance for the boat ramp improvement project.
Second.
Second, Aaron Frazier. Any discussion? All right, please vote. Reveal. Motion passes.
Thank you. Chris. All right, next I put in form of a motion to appropriate $315,000 from the excess board bill for the purchase of 7 vehicles for the sheriff's department.
Is there a second? Second, Ross Starling. Any discussion? Yes, Gary Bailey.
Where's that coming from? The excess board bills. Board bills from, it's a reserve line item, the excess board bill from the federal inmates. Time out. Wasn't the federal inmate money supposed to go to whatever we had for the radios originally? It was previously, it's in a reserve account we used to build. It was previously allocated that they could spend on radios in certain nature, but it hasn't been allocated specifically for anything. So it can be requested other things to be spent out of that line item.
What was that balance again, about
916,000, I believe.
They're behind with that.
7.
Well, I'm here to advise, I'm just asking a question. I didn't want to give each to the, on, reserve, or,
He'll answer your questions.
RSO officer, is that where these cars is going?
One of the cars will go to the SRO program. The rest of the cars will go to patrol. All these cars will go to patrol. Yes.
There's another one for the SRO that comes out of the SRO money.
And as we hand the cars down, the lowest mileage of those cars that we hand down go to the SROs.
How many miles is the vehicles and what age are they that you're replacing, please?
They're mostly 2015 Ford Tauruses, and the average miles that are being taken on primary patrol is around 130,000.
And those vehicles will be moved to the SROs, these 130,000s will go to the SROs?
Yes, we'll hand those down. The lowest mileage ones will go to the SROs. And then the ones that come off of that, we'll offer back up to the constables for purchase like we did the last one.
Commissioner Volcano.
Chief, why didn't you say 150,000? We could live with that, but 125,000, it's not even broke in at 125,000. That was not a good, 150 would have sounded better. They're available now, they are available now, and that's important. To get them, now's the time.
And that's what brought this to your attention tonight, because there are 8 vehicles that are available now. The last time we ordered vehicles was 2019, we got them in 2021. So this, maybe the supply chain's a little better now, and there's a 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 month flash to bang, but these vehicles are available now. They're replacing 100,000 cars. I'm afraid that if we wait and purchase in the fall, that's if you approve the money in the fall, that we would not have the cars until February of next year.
Thought about that.
Commissioner Quinn.
I would just like to make note that I did request this from the finance department, but there have been 19 cars bought, not including the Tahoe and the Ram 1500. Since they've been put into effect in 2020. So do you want to see it?
See it on.
I mean, you said you haven't bought none, but there's 19 cars right here that I had highlighted, not including the Ram 1500 and the Tahoe that went to the SRO. And that was a used one, but it was still $24,000.
The Chargers were all the ones I was talking about that were ordered in 2019.
So that many, but I thought we didn't buy any, but we put all these into our fleet in the last 3 years. So, I mean, did we pay for them in 19? Did we pay for them in 20 and 21?
The monies were probably appropriated in 2019, 2020 monies. They were probably paid in 2021.
Some of these, and I'm even looking at the estimated value of some of these 15s, the 14s and 15s interceptors. They still have $30,000 value on them, but yet that's something we want to move off of the road. I just don't understand. I didn't understand the other night. I don't understand now.
Which ones are you talking about had 30,000?
Got a 2015 Interceptor value on it. Current value is $29,000. Another 15. I've got 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
5 of them are estimated at $29,000. 2 of them at $27,488. Only one, which I'm assuming is probably a wrecked one. That's probably that 15 Ford that I'm assuming probably he'll wreck. It's only valued at $2,002. But
we wish that those 2015s had that residual value, but whenever they're 130,000 miles, I doubt that they do. I mean, we're not getting near that whenever we sell the worn out Crown Vics. And if we were able to get $29,000 on the market, that would make that in itself would make the argument to go ahead and sell those vehicles while they had residual value, but I really don't think that they do.
I still just have a hard time understanding why we want to order 7 vehicles when there's other needs. So, not trying to throw you under the bus, Chief, not at all, but.
And I concur, there are other requirements. And to answer Commissioner Bailey's question and with your concern, we worked hard. This is a good news story. We've been able to accrue $900-some thousand in a reserve account, through proper billing of the federal inmates that we have over there. And that money's going to continue to accrue. And we fully intend, after, we finish up our infrastructure requirement for the vehicles, we've got to fix some central heat and air systems that are in life cycle maintenance life cycle replacement requirements over in the jail. After that, all of these funds should go towards the communications requirement, because that's an extremely important requirement for the county. And that's why we worked hard to bring the federal inmates in. They weren't always there. You know, whenever the feds came to us back in 2016, I think it was, and said, you know, would you consider keeping these inmates? There was a lot of discussion then. But the revenue that it brings in that doesn't have to be put back out on the taxpayer, that's good news, because it's been able to be used to buy our records management system, you know, some weapons, you know, jail transport vans. I'm not exactly sure all of what it has been able to finance until this time, and we've still been able to accrue $900,000. Now that's going to continue to accrue monies, you know, from now until we stop, you know, holding federal inmates, and that's good. You know, the only thing I'm asking is that we get a chance to finish up our infrastructure requirements in the sheriff's office, you know, to continue to, I guess, throw monies in with, we got a $300,000 grant to help do the central heat and air replacement in the jail, that along with some litigation funds and these board bill monies. You know, that'll keep a $1 million bill off the county to replace the central heat and air. So this is good news. The monies are going to continue to come in. We need to finish up on the vehicles while we've got the chance. Otherwise, it may be near a year before we get a chance to bring vehicles in. You know, that's why we're here in front of you tonight.
Can I just ask one more question? The money that is in this account, how much is the HVAC going to cost to redo?
What?
The HVAC in the jail, how much is that estimated cost going to be?
We've got estimates anywhere between, it's in the high $500,000 range to the $1 million range. You know, that has not been put out because we had to have a quick turnaround whenever we requested the additional funds for the grant. They needed a 4-day turnaround, so they said, well, what do you estimate? So we sent out a request, you know, what's the high and the low? And they gave us $300,000 to put towards it.
So Director Watson, can that money that's in that fund be used toward that HVAC? Yes. So possibly, and this is my concern, could we not use it for the HVAC instead of vehicles that may or may not be a necessity at this moment?
A safe vehicle is the primary requirement for the patrol officer to get to the call for service. You know, and I know we had a spirited discussion the other night on, you know, on how many miles is safe for a vehicle. The National Institute of Justice would say 80,000 miles. You know, at 80,000 miles, we are negligent if we don't move towards replacing that vehicle because of, you know, the metal fatigue on the front end, et cetera, et cetera. The industry standard is 125,000 miles. That's when most frontline patrol vehicles are replaced. In rare occasions, and that's all vehicle specific. As a mechanic, you know that. Some vehicles are in good shape at 125. Some vehicles are road hardened and are ready to be deadlined at 125. That's why we look at moving those vehicles off the front line and putting them in a less stressful situation with the SROs at that point. And then the highest mileage vehicles leave the fleet because they become maintenance issues at that time.
Chief, these are Dodge Charger units. Are they as durable as the Ford Interceptors?
Ford quit making the car. Ford only now makes the Explorer. We like the Fords, we like the Chargers. I can tell you the newer model Chargers are their top of the line vehicles. The capabilities that they have now over, say, the 2009 model like I drive, they're light years ahead. They're all-wheel drive. They have fuel-efficient V6, very powerful engines. All the capability that they have in the vehicle, they're very good vehicles, and we expect them to last a long time. As far as comparing them to the Explorer, we would probably prefer an Explorer, to be quite honest, but they are significantly more expensive because they're larger. So we go with the best case, which is the Dodge Charger.
Commission, are you finished? Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote on budget item number 3 on your cheat sheet. $315,000 from the excess board bills reserve account for the purchase of 7 vehicles. Please reveal. Motion passes.
Say what's the total is. How many people voted
Third
for it?
round.
Okay.
Yeah, 13. Motion passes.
Next, I put into a form of motion to reserve $300,000 from the excess boards bills fund for the communication projects. And to reserve $315,000 from the excess boards bills fund for the jail's HVAC system replacement. And to reserve the remainder of the funds balance and future proceeds deposited into this account for the expenditure related to the communications project.
Second.
Okay, second by Frazier. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Question, how do they plan to finance it to start with?
Do what?
How are you planning to finance this replacement to start with?
It's just a balance, basically.
Yeah, but I'm saying you hadn't determined on what communication system you're gonna have. You don't know how much involved you're gonna be. We don't know the options of whether we need to go. I know it's too expensive for bond because I've been working with Matt, but whether you go out and seek finance, whether we self-finance, and now you're gonna commit this money, wouldn't it be better to defer this until you make a decision?
We're reserving it. At any point in time, you can unreserve it, but we're just restricting it essentially that that's what we're dedicating it towards and future proceeds coming in. At any point in time, the commission can change and say, we've decided to take that money out and do something else with it. But we're just going ahead and set the piece aside, and as it continues to grow every month until we select where we're going, we'll then have at least a little foothold established, but we can change it at any time. I mean, it's not.
But why any action? Because you can't expend any of this without the full commission approval. So you don't have to mess with a reserve. The amount is there all the time for our use instead of create legislation.
We'll come out.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote on item 4. Please reveal. Motion passes.
All right, next I put into a form of motion to approve County Fund 101 Budget Amendment Number 10 for a total of $155,851.28, with $27,775 coming from fund balance and $23,200 coming from unassigned fund balance.
Second by Ross Garland. Discussion.
How much was that again coming from unassigned fund balance?
$23,200. I think that, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe is that, Ms. Watson, that's part of the pension money, for 101.
Sorry, I was talking to.
Number 5, the $23,000 coming from the unassigned fund balance, is that part of the pension money?
Sorry, I was asking for clarification on the last motion. I wasn't listening.
Ms. Gertie, are you confident? I saw you shaking your head,
I
yes.
think so, but I hate to say without knowing for sure.
So what happened was, is last year we decided to cut the amount of percentage that was sent to TCRS, and it never got passed on to TCRS, and so they're supposed to still be receiving the higher amount. Of course, it's not budgeted in there, so we've got to understand.
Yeah, there will be additional ones.
There'll be additional comes behind this also, but this is what we need to fix these accounts right now.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, please vote. Reveal. Motion passes.
All right, next I put forward the motion to approve solid waste fund number 116, budget amendment number 3 for a total of $48,740.73. Fund balance.
Second by Nancy Brown. Discussion? Please vote. Reveal. Motion passes.
Next, I put in the form of a motion to appropriate general fund 141 budget amendment number 10 for a total of $315,339.67, with $101,145.16 coming from this fund's unassigned fund balance.
Okay, did you skip one?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I checked it off before we got there. Number 7. All right, so.
Is it okay if we go ahead and vote on number 7, since he's already read it?
No, let's just, I withdraw that because her
Okay,
and
I
me were.
forgot about that, thank you.
So motion to approve solid waste fund number 116 budget amendment number 3A for a total of $1,386.40 nothing coming from fund balance.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion needed? Gary Bailey was the second. All right, please vote. Motion passes.
All right, next I put into a form of a motion to approve general fund number 141 budget amendment number 10 for a total of $315,339.67, with $101,145.16 coming from this fund's unassigned fund balance.
Is there a second?
Clarification, what is happening here?
School fund.
Madam Chair. Item number 5, I didn't hear what the final explanation was, and I went back with it. 20,000, that was for natural gas overage.
Yeah, that's what she was
That's
just
what I
telling us.
told him, that's why I couldn't find his number, I'm like, I don't remember his number.
It's the last one. It says to purchase the $101,145.16, Ms. Collins, is to purchase property on Hope Street for Hunter School project.
Any other clarification or discussion needed on this motion?
That would be the school project that we haven't voted to do anything with, right?
Okay, it has been suggested that we're getting the cart before the horse on this one. You have any comment to that?
Whatever y'all want to do. So with the pleasure of you also.
Got a second? I second that.
Okay, second by Daniel McIntyre.
I will say that if this property's not bought by us, it's gonna be bought by someone else.
Yeah, it's,
Well, so they're telling me they have already spent the money. They're just replenishing that line. So,
They've already taken the check, so.
yeah, but the thing is that property is beneficial, whether there's anything built or not. It's beneficial to Hunter School itself. So
There was money already in that account.
it's done.
That it was to be used for other things, and so they used it to go ahead and cut the check for the property, and now they're trying to replenish that line for the things that it was supposed to have initially been used for. That's legal. They can do that. Okay, just double check it. Believe me, I checked. got cut,
I'll
so.
blame it on me too.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, let's vote, please. Okay, thank you, Reveal. Motion passes.
Next, I put in form of motion to approve General Fund 141 Budget Amendment 10A for a total of $1,918 with nothing coming from the fund balance.
Second.
Second by Bailey. Discussion? Then let's vote. Please reveal. Motion passes.
Next, I put in form of motion to approve School Federal Projects Fund 142 Budget Amendment 10, number 10 for a total of $66,200 with nothing coming from this fund's unassigned fund balance.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Frazier, thank you. Any discussion needed? Please vote. I'm sorry, reveal.
All right.
Motion passes, thank you.
Next, I put in form of a motion to approve Head Start Fund number 145 Budget Amendment number 6 for a total of $9,009 with nothing coming from this fund's unassigned fund balance.
Second.
Second by Buchanan. Any discussion? Vote. Reveal. Motion passes.
Next, I put in form of motion to approve monetary donations to the animal shelter in the amount of $1,293.
Second.
Second by Nancy Brown.
I'm always happy to say.
Please vote. Reveal. Motion passes.
Next, I put into a form of a motion to approve non-monetary donations to the animal shelter in the amount of $322.62.
Second.
Second by Bailey. Vote. Mr. Jerry? Okay, please reveal. Motion passes.
Off the budget.
Okay, next, let's hear from the Financial Management Committee Chair, Brad Johnson.
Before I get into the motion on item B1 on the sheet, I just want to give just a little background about the subject because it is has some age on it. This is our wage determination contract that this commission voted on with a company with the name of Evergreen Solution. We need a contract in 2019, and just as soon as we went into the contract, the pandemic, COVID, this country, it caught him. During the initial startup of it, it requires that that firm's representatives come into the county and do one-on-one interviews and talking to our employees, of which the guidelines of the CDC through the state, through the health departments, we're going to say restricted. So they couldn't perform their job. And then while the pandemic was going on, we placed a hold on the contract because they couldn't perform. Their state would not allow them to leave out to come to the other state or make reentry. 2 times we activated it, 2 times we had to shut it down because we could not initiate and to complete or to gain the information from the interviews. February 22nd of this year, Our finance director, Watson, had made contact with Evergreen Company to make the initial startup again. And as we all know, due to the national, the state, our regional, even our county, the economics has come into play to where there is no way that we can get even a close of a limit of what wage determinations could be got in the occupations in the state, in the region or not. Because yes, our state is at 3.5 unemployment, lowest in years and years and years. National is 3.6. But then again, you look into professions such as in law enforcement, in the medical fields, outside employers are fluctuating, raising their wages left and right, where now people are leaving jobs to obtain higher paid jobs. So that gives you a false identification, which you would not be accurate. We made contact with Tennessee CTAS. They highly recommend we don't do it because of that. It's national. That's why that we have, as a commission, have worked to upgrade our wages just for jailers, because we were down real low in a dangerous level. And that's what that our rescue squad is experiencing now, because they've got a whole shift missing. And the problem is, as it has been determined, that our neighboring counties, Sullivan and Washington, has raised their rates so high that everybody's going to those two there. Now, tomorrow, maybe Unicoi may raise them high, and then they will just leap from one job to the other. So with that in the background, I'm going to place into motion that we formally terminate the consulting service agreement with Evergreen Solutions. If they have agreed to do that at no cost, which will be verified by our county attorney.
Second.
Second by Olga on staff. Any discussion?
So we want to get out of that contract with them, or get out, don't do the pay study, is that what you're saying?
It's going to be terminated. There is nothing expected of us to them, and vice versa.
So what are we
That
gonna
is
do?
correct, Mr. Jenkins.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, you can do anything you want to, but right now, the way the economy and everything, you don't have the way that our nation is, my viewpoint. The way our nation is right now, you can't make a move, because anything that transpires with our nation, whether it be health or anything else, it is the first time, because we've never experienced a pandemic or COVID. Now, the word now, most recently, is we've got a possibility of another wave coming through. So that is going to, if that happens, that means we're going to have more changes. So with CTAS making the advice, and for what knowledge that we have, watching your national news, whether you work the Monday markets or whatever you want, or the health department, you wouldn't want to go out right now with a contract. Now, you tell me what you want.
So we're just gonna guess on the sheriff's department salaries, what we're gonna pay them. We're just gonna throw it up there and shoot it and say, well, let's give them this amount. We don't know what they're gonna make.
I don't, we can still, why can't we
We've done
do
it
the
for
study? I don't
many years before now.
And that's why they're $8,000 behind everybody else.
That's not been proved.
What's the harm in doing the study? Is it they're just not gonna be accurate numbers? Is that what they're saying? Is that?
It's going to fluctuate so bad you couldn't get a true number to place. When remember, the way it was set up, that they would give a high, a medium, and a low on each one of the occupation rates within our county government. And they're saying that the fluctuation is so great that you could not get a true forecast of what the pay is for those three divisions.
Other questions?
Then would we be determining what they should make by looking at counties around us?
We've used everything in the world to do it. And you're gonna have to continue on that until I guess our economy and our nation settles down. I mean, it affects us in our county here just as hard as it does everybody else, maybe more so. But if we just have an example of us take our correctional department. We went down more than a shift with 80 or 90 correctional officers down into the 40s. But we're not ourselves. Washington County suffered the same thing. Sullivan County suffered the same thing. Everybody around us did. So it's just not us. And they have pumped money left and right into it. If you remember on TV, there was advertisements through local media for having a job fair day. They increased salaries. They gave additional benefits. And they ran it for about a whole total month. They had one application. And you say, well, why entertain? Well, if just from that profession itself, if I wore a shield, you got beat to death. I don't care what it is because of just the national consensus, what was going on in this country at that time. Officers got beat to death. They were in the crosshairs. Same way with correction. Now, they can get other jobs. In fact, hey, look, John Lewis, previous commissioner, said, well, if you don't like it here, just go to McDonald's and get you a job. Well, they pay a whole lot higher, and that may be the solution. But we have dedicated employees and always have had. Regardless if our pays have been lower, and I think this commission has been over backwards. Every year that I've been here, we have always granted raises and great raises. Now, before
1%?
Well, Mr. Grindstaff, 9 years prior to that, you never gave none.
12 years.
Well, I wasn't employed.
I agree with you, Brad. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And this is 2 years. I apologize.
Yes, Attorney Harden.
Yeah, just to give a word about this contract, these folks have been gracious. They bid this out almost 3 years ago. Nobody had planned for COVID, and that created a lot of challenges, and they were willing to be flexible. We extended the agreement once. There was communications back and forth from former employees here that kind of strung them along and delayed them when they were ready to go. The contract, frankly, is expired, and they could have asked for some compensation for work they have done. They are not doing that. If you want my recommendation, you can have a salary study, but at this point, I think this agreement has run its course and nobody should frankly be held to it. So if you want to, I think, in my opinion, the path forward is to formally end this agreement, even though it's essentially already expired. So everybody can move on and make whatever future plans they want to make.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Isaiah,
We
have
already
that
have a
second.
second, and it was by Isaiah. We ready?
Is there any plans then later on for us to still do something, maybe if this comes down?
But you would just about have to if you were going to have any conscience at all as far as looking after our employees. That's my thought.
Here.
Trying to figure out how to say this. The salary study itself is going to be based off of what other people are paying in that particular role for similar jobs. Right now, rates are climbing at such a crazy speed that you're trying to hit a moving target. So that's why they're saying that it wouldn't still be accurate. We could do a salary study and we could base it off of a particular point in time, but over the next year, as inflation continues to rise, it's going to become less and less relevant. So you're paying, $26,000 for data that's going to be obsolete in 6 months from the time that it's finished, and from the time that it starts. And if it takes more than 6 months to finish, your data is going to be out of date before you can even look at it.
Yes, Isaiah.
I don't think that anybody here is questioning whether or not we should keep the agreement with Evergreen. I think it's the issue, the concern, the causality is more along the line of, okay, well, now what are we going to do? And I mean, that's a whole separate discussion that we need to have with budget and finance and as a commission. But we just need to go ahead and vote on this and move along.
Just as a point of reference, inflation rates since January have risen over another additional percentage point. That's just this January, so we're over 8.5% now.
Okay, let's vote on the motion from financial management to end the contract with Evergreen.
Oh, 1 second, it'll come back.
It's already expired.
Okay, please reveal. Motion passes. Before we move on from financial management, remember I added a big 2. So Carolyn, briefly give us a report on the health insurance.
We have been in discussion with Sequoia Group about the employee health insurance. They did go to bid with this. Most of the people that they spoke to declined to quote because of the high claims experience that we've had this past year. We did get one other quote in that came in at 25.7% increase, which is not feasible. Blue Cross did agree to a 13%, even though they came in at 27% initially, so they did drop to the 13%. I would need a confirmation from this group to go ahead with Blue Cross Blue Shield. At this point, that is really our only viable option. They are going to work with me and with Blue Cross, or Sequoia Group is going to work with me and Blue Cross to try to figure out some ways to increase employee wellness benefits to hopefully maybe cut down on some of the high dollar claims. And that would reduce that claim experience. So hopefully in another year or so, we can go and get those rates down quite a bit. But this is across the board. From what I'm understanding from their discussion, this is not uncommon to have these types of increases. A lot of this is because of COVID stuff with other places. Not necessarily was that the case here, but we did have a fairly high claims experience this past year.
So the floor is open. Austin James.
Motion to approve, Blue Cross Blue Shield for the 13%.
And second by Sandra Cutler. Does anybody, so motion is made by Austin James, second by Sandra Cutler. Does anybody have a question? Yes, Ms. Collins.
There's no requirement for the employees to have a wellness check or in place, is that correct?
That's correct. I'm gonna work with them to try to figure out some ways to promote that and see if Blue Cross Blue Shield has some suggestions or things that would help, whether it's coming in and checking A1Cs, checking blood pressure, doing other types of wellness, maybe classes or incentives that may help employees. I don't think that's been done with the county before, but that's something that I kind of suggested that maybe we try to see if that would help a little bit.
I'm trying to think back because it's getting late. Did we not offer a day off to this?
That is correct, but I don't think that was well publicized because when I found out that that was offered, I kind of did some research myself and asked some employees, and most of the people I asked didn't know anything about it. So what we talked about, one of the reasons that we're doing this tonight, because they've offered to come back in May. They actually were going to drive up here tonight if we wanted them to, but that was a lot of driving and a late night for them if they did that, and a late night for us as well, seeing as it's already 9:30. They are going to try to figure out ways to kind of do this during open enrollment so that it's not just the responsibility of the office holder to make sure they get this information out. We're not sure where the breakdown was in the past, and I wasn't here, so I really don't know. that we're gonna put some information together for open enrollment and try to get more information out to the employee so that hopefully they will take advantage. I mean, we have great benefits here, some of the best I've seen in a very long time, and we just need people to take better advantage of it so that maybe we can get things headed off before it gets down the road of high dollar claims. So that's what we're kind of looking at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Isaiah Brownstein.
Willie actually had his hand up before
Okay.
me, so.
Follow up with what you were saying. I don't know about the other departments. I have no idea. Roger's sitting in here and he knows that most of the highway department went and they did have their checkups. And I encourage, like you said, I encourage them all to do it. That really cuts down on the rates. Like, you know, she stood right here and told us, you know, when she come and presented it.
Yeah, we're really not sure with my discussion. I've had a couple of discussions with them why employees would do that. Other companies I've worked with in the past, we did things to incentivize that. However, we've got a very large employee base, so it's going to be a little difficult to do that as far as like a monetary incentive or something. But if we get the word out that people know they have the day off, and it may be that we can come back to this body with some additional incentives that wouldn't really cost the county a lot of money, but hopefully encourage people to do better with their wellness. That should make a difference.
Okay, thank you. Isaiah Brownstein.
So last year, we had an issue that came up where during budget, we had to make changes to the funding levels that the county was providing for the employees. Prior to that decision, we had open enrollment. And so you had open enrollment going on, you had people signing up, people trying to make changes, or people not making changes to plans at all. And then the county commission had to ultimately made a decision on what the funding level portion would be, what the county was going to fund, if there was going to be a change in the HSA, et cetera. So you had a lot of individuals that had to go back and modify some of that information or go back and re-talk with Sequoia. So this year, can we please try to get that information out or make that decision earlier, or at least let our employees know? Because that was a big issue last year. I know at least at the sheriff's office. Just FYI, I know, because you're just kind of moving into this, and that was something that we had experienced, and we want to avoid that as a county. Because I'm gonna tell you, being an employee, then finding out that your insurance is going to change after you just signed up for your insurance at these specific rates to get these, and then having to go back and redo some of that was no fun to explain to people.
Now, what I've got in the budgets currently that we're working on is that everything stays the same, that nothing changes. So percentage-wise, so forth, everything would stay the same. If this body wants to change that, then I would definitely need to know that, because everything that's been put in the budget at this point is making that assumption that things stay the same. I wasn't aware of that because I wasn't here. I wasn't here for that part, so I guess I made that assumption that everything would be staying the same unless somebody told me it was. So if that's something that's on the table, I definitely need to know it like now.
Well, and that's, like I said, I know that, you just about everybody's not, that was here, is no longer here. And so I wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you for that, thank you for that clarification, because I just made the assumption, which might have been a bad one, but that's the assumption I made, that everything would remain the same as long as we stayed with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay. Mr. Frazier, a quick question.
Yeah, this is just kind of a sidebar that goes along with this conversation. Do we want to change, and this is not part of this motion or anything like that, but do we want to look at changing, this is food for thought, do we want to look at changing the amount that we're putting in to the HSAs for the employees that are choosing the high deductible health plan, or do we want to shift to a different number or something like that? So something we can take a look during the budget cycle and the budget hearings probably.
Any other discussion?
I just ask that if you do decide to do that on budget, now keep in mind, I'm a county employee and I can't vote on the benefits piece and everything else. I just ask that if you do that, keep in mind, I mean, you have employees that are betting that, there's not going to be very drastic changes. Otherwise, you start having open enrollment, these are the decisions that need to be made before open enrollment time. So I ask that if you are going to make those decisions, please please make those decisions to give your employees and Sequoia Group the ability to sit down with everybody. Because I will say, Sequoia Group has done an amazing job being able to sit down and do discussions one-on-one with these employees that have difficult medical situations going on. So don't put Sequoia in a bad spot by having to go back and say, I'm sorry, that plan you were betting on, it's going to cost X number of dollars, and your paycheck is now this. That makes us look bad as county commissioners, as government, as employers, and then makes Sequoia looks bad as well. So I just ask that, keep that in mind.
One of the reasons that we brought this forward, I'm sorry,
I don't know that we need to discuss anything else about it on now.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor, and also, James, will you please restate that motion?
Motion is to approve the 13% and continue with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So does that leave room for budget or anybody to have a discussion about changing the benefits? Or does that mean we're moving forward 13% across the board, leave it as is?
I feel like that this is a continuous thing every year. If we're going to have discussions about modifying the plans, we need to start it before now, because we're starting to wind down our budget year. And so, and then we won't start throwing gears in the wrenches, and the employees get all, I feel they need to really, if anybody wants to start modifying plans, it needs to be at the end of the year. Have a plan before the beginning of the year. So I'd say move forward with what we have.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let's vote. Please reveal. Motion passes. Now it's time for the highway committee.
I don't make a bunch of discussion on mine, I'll shut you down. Okay, put the form of a motion to release all interested in the unassigned portion of county right of way from the end of the pavement on Glen Drive to the sole reserving property owner, Glenn Fairman. Rick, how you pronounce that? By quit claim date.
Second.
Second by Mark Tester. Words from our superintendent.
We went over and measured that section. It's, the right of way is 40 feet wide and 80 foot long on what we're giving up. And it does not, of course, include the roadway, actually, the grass area.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's vote. Please reveal. Motion passes.
Number two is a motion to extend the current county road known as South Gates Drive extension for an additional 50 feet in length at current width to service new constructed home subject to property owners grant and property right of way by the county.
Second by Willie Campbell. Any discussion on this one? Okay, please vote.
Number three.
Hang on just a second. Please reveal the vote.
I'm ready to go.
Motion passes. Now vote.
Okay. Number three, motion to adopt a portion of a paved road, way known as Morgan Lane, as a county road at the intersection of Amber Branch Road and continue for approximately, your paper says 900 feet, that's wrong, 680 feet. Subject to the property's owner grant of property on the right of way to Carter County.
Second. Second by Willie Campbell. Any questions or discussion? Superintendent, please talk to us.
The reason, I don't know where the 900 feet come from, but the reason we have to stop at 680, right past that 680, the road narrowed down and there's a existing garage there. We would, the garage would be on right of way, so we won't stop at 680.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Anything else? Okay, please vote. Reveal. Motion passes.
Okay, we got one more thing that's not on the sheet, is if you remember, the Parks and Recs and TVAs are building a boat ramp down here at, what's that highway number, Roger? 400. Highway 400, down under the underpass. And they come to us wanting Roger to do the payment on it because he can do it somewhat cheaper than what they could contract it out for. So I'd like to put that in the form of a motion that we let Roger do the work on that bridge, that ramp project.
Second by Willie Campbell. Questions? Okay, let's vote.
Thank y'all.
Mr. Blevins, for our clerk's office, will you please restate that last motion?
Oh, the light, yeah, it was to allow Roger to do pavement on the boat ramp on Highway 400.
Underneath
Underneath Highway 400.
underneath the bridge.
Thank you. When items are not in the packet, then Gwen has to call them in at the meeting. Okay, she's good. Thank you, Chairman Blevins. Okay, landfill committee.
All right, it's just been saying a lot of stuff in the paper and the news about letters and all that stuff. Basically, the landfill, we actually voted to, you all to write an RFP. That's what we're asking right here to clear some of this up. Basically, we're gonna have Kim Maria, which will be here Monday the 2nd to go over what she recommends, but we actually, basically need a motion from you all. I'll put the form of motion to develop and submit an RFP to obtain appropriate engineering, consulting, and other professional services in order to evaluate the current operations at the Carter County landfill and to make recommendations, which will be to this body, for expansion or relocation or operations of the service. Basically, we're looking for somebody to basically set out an RFP for somebody to come in and explain to us what they think would be best for this county to fix that.
Second.
Second by Mark Taster. Any questions? Yes, Mr.
Why
Montana.
are we going outside of CTES when they're free?
CTAS will be here
It's gonna
Monday.
cost money.
CTES will be here Monday on our meeting to go over this, but this is basically to what they recommend as far as an engineering to, can they use the property that's being talked about? Because we don't.
We pay for that service and we're not using it.
I think she's part of that.
CTES,
CTES, we've
she
already
will be
paid
coming
for
and
it.
recommending, but even with her recommendations, they wanted to.
I don't see any reason to spend money for a private company to do this work when we've already got it paid for. All we gotta do is ask.
Clarification, Mr. Bailey. CTAS themselves have told us that this is outside their scope.
CTAS, we've talked to her and she will be here Monday, and that's what I recommended on our Monday meeting, for you all to show up. But even she said that basically, when Beanie talked to us, remember he said he thought it was too steep. That's when Mr. Martin in there, basically we're gonna have somebody to come in with engineering to look at this to see, is it feasible? And would they're gonna have to drill to even find out, could we use it? I mean, we cannot purchase that much property, even if the people do agree, and it be unusable. I mean, there's gonna have to be some stuff done outside of CTAS.
Accept your explanation.
Thank you. Isaiah, do you still have a question?
Who's developing the RFP?
Well, that's what she's gonna help us do, my understanding is.
Develop the RFP?
landfill, because again, there's two pieces of property, actually three. I think one's agreed, another's thinking about it, and one's no. But the thing is, even if we was to do the two pieces that's there, what if we was to buy it and it's unusable? Then we're sitting here with property and there's nothing that's to be done, so.
Commissioner Garland.
How much land is that, Gary?
One of them's 40 some, one's 30, and I don't know what the other one is. You, Mr. Hart?
60. 60, 30, and 30.
What Gary's trying to say, with the land there, and the way they have to step it back, you know, like a digging a ditch, you go so deep, you gotta step back. It's gotta be so wide, and it may not even be feasible for us to do that and have any land left to do anything with.
The way the old landfills used to go is they basically just start piling in and put dirt on it, and then you put another layer. Now, they dig it out and go down. They move that dirt, and then you pull it back in over it. The problem is, it's already like this. It might not be nowhere to dig. That's where she's saying that we may have to look at somebody to see, is it even feasible to use?
Here is this permanent for the demo site.
Yes, this is only for the demo. The trash is already transferred out, and we're going to discuss with her also, basically, yeah, all at one time.
Jose.
Just so I understand, you're wanting us to vote to allow you all to develop and then submit an RFP. But you don't know what's going to be on the RFP. You don't know what the RFP is going to say, but you want us to approve it first.
They're sitting and saying it could be anywhere between 25 to 50,000.
Well, but you're talking about a whole separate thing. I'm not talking about what the work is going to have to do. I'm literally just asking.
She gets here, we're just trying to speed the thing up because the cycle center's falling out the time. It's
bring back the RFP after you've gotten it written, and I'll vote to approve.
Either way, we've still got a motion to second. No.
Okay, hang on.
Gary, what was CTAS, what was their recommendation? To do this or to wait until the meeting and have a discussion about it?
Depends on which meeting we went to, because we met with her once or twice, and she keeps saying it's closing. It's time, it's filling up.
Did she say that it needed to be an RFP?
She said we could either just go to a transfer station or we could buy land. But again, that's what this is for, and keep it open. We've got to make that choice. But again, if we make that choice, we're going to have to know, is the land even usable? Which means we are going to have to test it. Now that's what that is. It's basically, we're going to have some testing done. I think that's more what the RFP will be, is to get the test and stuff like that. Can we even use it? It's easy to sit here and say, okay, I want to buy 100 acres of land. Okay, what if we can't use it? Congratulations, we got 100 acres in there.
Do more than buy it, then give it back away.
I mean, it's kind of one of them things. We're going to have to do it one way or the other. But again, we don't know if we can even use it.
Can I say something like this?
Yes, Attorney Harden, please.
Okay, so I was at that committee meeting, so I'll try to clarify a little bit what I think the committee intended there. For years and years and years, we've had the CTAS consultant come in and say, landfill is full, you're gonna have to do something. And for years and years and years, the committee has said, hey, the landfill is full, we're gonna have to do something. Well, nobody's ever taken another step. And so all kinds of issues came up at that committee meeting about the fact that we're not required to have a demolition site. Most counties around us don't have a demolition site. The transfer station is in need of significant repair. Is it cost effective to repair it or move it to a different location? There was all kinds of discussion about break-even point, what we're charging, where money is made and where money is lost. And so I believe the intention was for a comprehensive study of the entire operation to see what services the county wants to provide, what services we no longer want to provide. Is it cost effective or feasible to expand it in its current location or close it or move to a different location? And even if the land is available, is it usable for the intended purpose based on the topography. Because yes, there's 30 acres, 60 acres, and most of it is a ridge and two slopes. And so more than half of all that's there is unusable for anything because it's on the downslope toward communities. So that was what I believe the intention was, and I hope the CTAS representative could come in and wave a magic wand, but she's been here for years and said the same thing and no action's been taken. So I think the committee, to their credit, is trying to actually accomplish something beyond a recommendation and see what path forward is available and best for the county. So that's what this is for.
All that stuff he said, so it sounds good.
Any other comments or questions? We do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Repeat the motion.
Yes, please repeat, Gary.
The motion was to develop and submit an RFP to obtain appropriate engineering, consulting, or other professional services in order to evaluate the current operations at the Carter County landfill and to make recommendations for the expansion, relocation, or alterations of the services. And the thing about it is, I believe this is going to get somebody to pay them to write that of what needs to be done.
Okay.
Because nobody knows.
Trust me, Gary, trust me.
Okay, please reveal. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Law Enforcement Committee, Chairman Thomas Prophet.
I'd like to put in a form of a motion to respectfully request Sheriff Lunsford to grant radio communications with no NCIC access to the Carter County Constables.
Second. I'm gonna call Nancy Brown for that second. We had a whole room.
You're on fire tonight.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, please vote.
Ms. Holden.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
And we agree. Just to let you know, talked with Mr. Carroll, during the meeting, and we are working on a long-term solution. We can work together to get to the long-term solution on whether it be the new radio system that's coming in, and they deserve their own talk room. They deserve their own frequency or whatever we call these things. Absolutely. And he talked about bringing back the constable ORI number to where they have their own user agreement with NCIC. That way they have certainty in the future, no matter what the political climate is, because they deserve it. We need to be able to monitor each other's frequencies because their safety is extremely important to us. I know there's a lot of stuff that goes around, but I've been here when constables have been shot and injured, trying to help defend other officers like me. They are very important to us, and we will do whatever we can do to make it so long-term where this does not reoccur in the future, no matter who is here. So I agree with you.
May I clarify, Mr. Prophet, coming from your committee, is the spirit of that motion for it to happen now and not wait a year and a half on the new radio system?
That's what I think of. Instead of wait.
We will also try to find if there are any unused radio frequencies that can be brought into use now where we can scan each other. Because it is an operational issue for other agencies to operate on other agencies' frequencies. Just a little bit of history. Elizabethton Police Department, Carter County Sheriff's Office, and the constables were all on one frequency. And the amount of radio traffic that occurs means that you need to separate them. But there are technical means to where we can still hear what each other are saying without them covering up our conversations. So we will work towards the immediacy of the issue.
Attorney Harden, do you think the motion should have verbiage added to clarify the timeline.
Obviously, it's whatever motion came out of the committee. When we're making the agenda, we don't have the minutes of the committee yet, so I think we tried to capture what the committee's motion was, but I don't want to add anything or take anything away from the motion the committee made. So I think what he stated, to the best of my recollection, is what came out of the committee. I don't remember them saying anything like immediate, but that's just my recollection.
I made the motion, I'm pretty sure it was immediate, because we requested from Sheriff Lunsford, he may not be the sheriff, he may be the sheriff.
Ms. Nancy Brown.
Yes, I'd just like to say, if we can't add to that, I would like to stress to the sheriff and the sheriff's department that we want this done really quick because there are lives in danger out there. And we really want to see this gets top priority and get straightened out.
Chairman, you want to leave the wording as is?
We understand this.
I'd look for their actual. Yes.
Just a second.
Yeah, I mean, the actual wording in the committee minutes is motion by Travis Hill, second by Robert Acuff, to respectfully request Sheriff Lunsford to grant radio communications with no NCIC access to Carter County Constables. That's the words. I mean, you can clarify it now if it was immediate and the commission accepts that, that's fine.
I'd say it's immediate.
I'll go along with that.
It's still a request, whether it's immediate or in the future.
Okay. So the chairman has said, add the word immediate, and as the attorney stated, this is a request. Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote. Please reveal. Motion passes. All in favor? All right, there are no other committees with actionable items, but at this time, if there's a committee chairperson or representative of any group that would like to give an update, please stand at your seat and do so. Yes, Ms. McCamey.
That was just Thursday, so I don't have minutes, but I'll have them for next.
Okay, that's called the health board, is that right? Anyway, it just meets about once a year, right? So she's saying they met Thursday and she'll get us some minutes as soon as possible. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Hill.
Audit committee will be meeting May 17th at 3:30.
Audit committee, May 17th at 3:30, and that is on your calendar. Records committee meets this week, right, Mayor Woodby? I think we meet Thursday.
Sorry.
If you have any interest in, commenting on the location of the archives, come to that meeting this week.
It's May 17th at 5, sorry.
Okay,
One of our members is going to leave for a flight at 3:30.
okay, May 17th at 5. Audit committee. Yes, Charles Garland.
I can add some dates from Chamber of Commerce. Half marathon is just coming the first Saturday in May to Elizabeth. That'll be a new committed to downtown Elizabeth's first Fridays. Several other events in Rome Mountain and the career event bicycle race will be back June 6th to the 8th. And also Keep Carter County Beautiful has, I think, our annual cleanup day for the Tweetsie Trail. I think it's this weekend, Saturday.
Is that in celebration of Earth Day?
I think so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garland. Mr. Von Cannon.
2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, I spoke the very first time about COVID from experience because I had run a laboratory and knew. Here it is over 2 years later, and it's loose again in China. And believe me, folks, we've let our guard down. We've lost 300 and some people out of this county. 300 and some people. Your friends, your grandparents. Let's get serious again. I don't know what the national experts are going to tell us, but I know this, we've lost 300 people. And I don't know if it's, you know, like one guy told me, he said, I'm going when God wants me to. I think we need to deserve to give him a little help.
Okay, and any other committee reports? All right, county attorney, the floor is yours.
Just briefly, as always, the litigation, litter cases continue every month. This past month, we got 5 additional judgments, and actually 3 properties that got into compliance and were able to get out of court. So those are ongoing and a priority, I think, by you all. And so with the planning office, we continue to make those a priority. Other than that, the written report will be in there like it is every month, and I'll answer any further questions.
Any questions for the attorney? Okay, at your own risk, we enter into commissioner comments. All right, Mayor Whitby, make it quick.
Just real quick, we're going to do Food Truck Friday that I partnered with the school system for the county employees and the school employees on the 29th. We're going to do it up here at the First Free Will Baptist Church parking lot. We'll have several food trucks. So we're from 11 to 2, county employees and school employees. So everybody's invited to come and enjoy some food trucks and some socialization and get out and about. Second thing I just wanted to mention, I just want this commission to reflect just a moment on what's happened here in Carter County in the past 6 months. We've had 2 facilities that have been recognized by the governor and several state officials that they are coming into Carter County. We have an addiction treatment facility that will be up and running at the first of the year in Carter County. We also have, what happened here tonight is monumental. We'll have an educational facility right here in Carter County that's really going to take hold of our young youth and get them into jobs. So Carter County should be very proud right now, and this commission should be very proud on the lead that they have taken on both of these projects. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Whitby, for heading it up and going to Nashville. Anybody else?
Motion to adjourn? Second.
Got Willie over here.
Sorry, let's listen to Willie, out of respect.
Sorry, Willie.
Oh, this may be from the landfill. I bought 2 garbage trucks. Last 2 days. We're supposed to have these trucks parked. They were lying out in the road. They were all over the road. Big bags of them laying out in the road. Expect the highway department to come get them. We're supposed to tarp these trucks while they're hauling down the road. Am I correct on that? Somebody's
Supposed to be netted,
somewhere.
netted or canvassed over.
That's where you can see most of this trash all over the road.
Thank you, Willie. Gary will look into that.
Good night, everybody. Nobody.
I've been pretty serious. I've got to get serious.